This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul Toddkill, and we're back today with more PUBG Mobile action. I know it's been a whole week. I can't believe it. The playoffs are now in full swing across all of our titles, but we're definitely excited to be back today with more PUBG Mobile. But of course, you know, casting by myself, talking alone for like 4.5 hours, not so ideal. So I need some stellar co-casters to help break this down. D-Gon, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, Paul. I don't think I would mind listening to you for 4 to 6 hours casting. I think, you know, there are worse things in the world, so don't sell yourself short there.
I suppose, but at the same time, like, you know, over 3 weeks, this is a marathon, not a sprint, which is why, in fact, even just the two of us, not nearly enough. Cameron Davis, of course, is standing by to help break this down. Steely Eye. Oh, I love it. Welcome back. How you doing, buddy?
Good. I'm good. I'm very good. Just had my coffee. Just warmed up my brain thinky thing with a game of Sudoku that I lost and had to bail on. But it's fine. We got through that. Now I'm here, ready to watch some PUBG.
Maybe more or less complex than Sudoku. I guess it depends on what difficulty you're doing. In any case, having to try and balance all these players going back and forth, of course, is a whole challenge. It's not the single player experience, but that's what the competition is all about. This amazing multiplayer battle royale, because there are a lot of mobile gamers in the United States. We managed to make that segue work. 200 million, D-Gon.
200 million!
200 million in the United States alone, and we've had over 1 million entrants in the program just this year alone, which is a staggering number of people. It is amazing to see how far this tournament has come. But this season, of course, for PUBG Mobile in the playoffs, it is all about our top 32 squads, all trying to make it to our finals, making the top 16. Yes, that was definitely the best way I could have phrased and segmented that in a sentence. But in any case, it's all about making it to the top 16, which is important because to note, today is all about day number 2, or group number 2. But there are 2 groups, and it's not just like the top 8 from each group advanced, D-Gon. It's like the top 16 total across both groups. So you're competing with every other single team in this. And this is important to know because these players have been competing for months to get here across a bunch of different qualifiers. In fact, it's actually it's not super complicated, but it's just complicated enough that we made a video to explain it for you. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. Gamers from across North America will compete in various mobile titles to secure their place on the world stage and for their share of over $350,000. Anyone can play online to earn points during the open qualifiers. From there, players will advance to the closed qualifiers, where top players will compete to advance into the playoffs. The playoffs will whittle down the field to our few remaining contenders, with the very best securing their place at the finals. These games will be broadcast for the community to watch, learn, and root for their favorite players. The finalists for Season 6 will win a chance to compete in a special online event where they will compete for cash prizes and the title of champion. The ESL Mobile Open runs year-round across 3 seasons, each culminating with a finals event and more prizes up for grabs. This is the ESL Mobile Open, where everybody can be somebody.
So whether you're competing for pride or prize money, recognition, there's a lot of things to be garnered here at the ESL Mobile Open. And of course, after 6 seasons, D-Gon, we've definitely crowned ourselves a fair share of champions and also watched players evolve, even just like past the open level of competition. We've seen a lot of teams that have started here in the Mobile Open compete in things like PMPL and even PMWL, all the way in the World League.
Yeah, and that's what I've loved that PUBG Mobile has done. They've created an ecosystem and infrastructure from the bottom all the way up. So this is the proving grounds. You got to show up and put up, and you got yourself 3 casters that have worked in that whole system. And so it's a very cool way to get effective feedback, effective stakes put on the line, because you can go into the solo queue ladder, group up, and drop in a squad up as 4. But there's nothing like actually being put in a gameplay environment and how that changes things. You can't just be a hot shot anymore. You got to work around as a team and deal with how things work strategically when everything's a little bit more structured.
Oh, for sure. And speaking of teams, let's talk about how these teams are going to score the points, how they are going to make it to the finals. Cam, this is a little bit different if you're familiar with the competitive PUBG ecosystem, PUBG Mobile ecosystem, like D-Gon was mentioning. But this scoring system is cool because it also focuses a lot more on placement points.
Yeah, this is the legendary. I don't want to say legendary necessarily, but the legacy scoring system.
Legacy, there it is.
Still 20 points for the win, 1 kill each. So as you mentioned, placement heavier than what a lot of other PUBG Mobile competitions are focused on. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to get a lot of action. Kills are still valuable. That's also how you get placement, is by eliminating enemy teams. So you know they're not in stark contrast with each other. But yeah, that's the points. That's what everyone's going to be fighting for.
For sure. And we've already seen teams battling it out so far. Of course, this is week number 2, group number 2. We saw group number 1 competing last week. And if we take a look at the scores from last week, Dion, I would say it roughly went about how we expected.
Well, I would say we got to where we expected.
Yes.
I wouldn't say the journey that it took to get there was expected. Right there at the top 6 elites, they started off the day with the win, and they were consistent throughout. The team that they shared that final battle with on our original Erangel map number 1 was 19 Esports. They had a nice start and never really got going. You could see them over there in 9th. But J-Star, XSET, Accelerate, these are teams that performed well throughout, except XSET. XSET is the team that has a lot of vets there. You got Angry, Juicy, Nico, and Joey. These guys are also playing in PMPL, the Pro League for Americas. So we wanted to see them dominate, and it seemed like they were getting to form there at the end. I had a chat with Juicy afterwards, basically saying, hey, look, it always takes time to get used to the lobby because they didn't have a lot of practice time together, but they settled in. They were able to get themselves multiple top finishes. And J-Star, this team that had been consistent throughout the tournament, and without knowing a ton about them, they looked good. They had great rotations. They always put themselves in positions to win. You don't win every single gunfight, but if you're rotating well, you know when to push, when to third party, when to hold. Most times you're going to find yourself in that top position getting points, and they did exactly that and have a pretty solid second place finish there at 72.
For sure. Definitely saw a lot of star fragging power from this team as well. And I'd be curious to see if the teams today can replicate some of that as we take a look at the teams in group number 2. Obviously, Cameron, we talked about this idea that every single lobby is going to be different. We see it obviously in the Pro League, the way we switch up the participants in this group. Looking at the teams here, obviously, again, if you watch a lot of, quote unquote, like the Pro League and Pro Play, this is probably going to feel a little bit different because teams, while they know each other, they aren't like studying each other quite as much of that. So I actually expect us to see a little bit more early aggression on occasion, maybe the odd hot drop if teams just aren't 100% aware where everybody else is going.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that with Group 1, but it's also a nature of wanting to really establish yourself in the lobby, in the group of teams that you're playing against, and you only have 8 games, so putting yourself up to a really good start, I think, is incredibly important. And if you can make other teams cower in fear when they see you in the area next to them, that's an added bonus. Granted, you don't want to end up going out in 16th in game 1 because you go a little too hyper aggressive. There's obviously a balance here, but as you mentioned, there are quite a number of unknowns, not just new players, new matchups, new synchronization, how it's all going to work, and that's what makes this so exciting.
Well, I'm glad you're mentioning about new players as well, because there are a lot of new players on these teams, but also some familiar faces as well. And it's actually works out because we got a chance to sit down and talk to one of these quote unquote familiar, unfamiliar faces, Team 303 Esports, that we know really well, but Valak, their new player on the squad, so it's really great. We got a chance to sit down and chat with him and learn a little bit more about the squad. So let's take a look. Hey, Valak, thank you so much for sitting down and talking to us today as we get into these matches. First and foremost, obviously, you guys are pretty familiar with the Mobile Open. I remember, casting this squad a decent amount of times in the past. Can you give me a little bit more history about the squad and also what it's been like playing the Mobile Open this season?
Yes, so I am the new teammate for 303. The team has been together for a little over a year. I came in the very beginning of PMCO. We were short in the finals. We got the PMCO finals. We've adjusted around players and our play style, and I think that we're going to do really well in ESL. I haven't played with the team in ESL previously, but I know that the team has, and they're excited to compete.
Yeah, and so my question then is, how did you get hooked up with this 303 squad? What is your experience, and what's it like now meshing with the team that's already been in place?
Yes, so I was originally going to play for another team, but a couple of members disbanded and they left, and I was trying to scramble for a team, and I came upon Maniac, which is the owner of what used to be X Gamers. They played in the previously PMCO, and we got picked up by 303 before PMCO even started, like group stages, and I was just a really good fit for them, and they stuck with me.
All right, cool. Hi, nice to meet you. Really excited to see you guys play later today, which brings me to my question of, is there any sort of thing you can tease us about what your biggest, I don't know if you have a rivalry going on, if there's any team you see as the biggest threat, but what, if anything, do you think is going to be the biggest hurdle for you to overcome in order to succeed at ESL?
I think our biggest threat is honestly ourselves. We've been playing a lot recently, and we're like really working on the little things, and like there's a lot of stuff we need to still work on to become a really good team. I think one of our biggest threats is probably J-Star. Like they're looking really, really good in this ESL, and so we're ready to compete against them.
I mean, I have to say, I appreciate the awareness to go, look, there are things we still need to work on. There are things we still need to improve, because that's how you're going to go about doing it. And obviously, you've got a decent amount of games over the next few weeks to get that done. I'm really looking forward to see what this new 303 roster can do. So best of luck in the games.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it there. I mean, that's honestly kind of one of those responses we hear a decent amount. Our biggest enemies are ourselves. And at the same time, though, I kind of get it. Because it's true, like sometimes teams get into their own heads. It is true, because communication clogs up and they don't trust their own calls and having faith in the IGL. And it's just going to, as I said, it's going to take a couple of games, but I'm excited to see what this veteran-made new squad can do again. Really stoked to see it. Cam, what about you? Any other teams you're kind of, or just as a whole, as a hope for the lobby, what are your thoughts sort of getting into our first game?
I'm looking for It's Thrifty Soccer Moms, only because I love that name so much. I really hope that we can continue to call them out on solid top tier play. But no, as I mentioned, there are so many unknowns here already, and so really it's just seeing who's going to be willing to come out on the top dog, because I think it'll be hard for anyone, whether they know these players inside or out or not, to make a conclusive decision on who are the top dogs and who aren't.
Right. Thrifty Soccer Moms, formerly known as Simplicity. You got three of the members there with Doc, Irish, and Russell, with also Big Memer Slump joining that roster. So there's lofty goals for them. I think for me, I'm looking at Boosted. Boosted's been around for a while. You got Gobo still there on that roster. So I'm hoping that Boosted will be able to show the lobby and lead the lobby. But it doesn't feel like you have one dominant team that should be destroying the lobby like what we had with XSET. So I'm excited to see some of these new names rise on up and stake a claim to making the finals.
I mean, that's what it's all about. I'm getting word the lobby is basically ready. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll get into game number 1. Let's go.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. We're here with group number 2, game number 1 for PUBG Mobile. I'm Erangel. I'm joined by Degon and Cameron Davis. We're starting things off on Erangel, the tried and true. Degon, let's go.
All right, and like I normally like these paths, traveling along with the sun, it's going east to west. So starting over Lipovka, and we'll end around Georgia Pole. So the southern part of the map, not as available here. Military base was where our very first game dropped us. Cammy, how do you feel about this playing path? It seems like it's just all main island type things.
Yeah. I don't know how many of these teams, if any, are going to Sosnovka. I think if we see a circle down there, it could be a little rough. But you still have to mention the fact that these teams don't necessarily know where anyone else is dropping. And when there's any playing path on the very opening game of a fresh, brand new lobby of 16 teams, that's only going to increase the chances of teams dropping on each other even more, because there might be a couple that have to go to their plan B. I'm not spotting anything about that right now. 303 looks a little curious on the east side, but of course, Georgia Pole drops have only just left the plane, and so we could see a little bit of action over that side.
Oh, and it's a big shift away. So a lot of the teams that dropped early in a bit of trouble. I would say it looks like Team 6 and Team 8 are near each other over towards Stalber. I think that's Boosted and Snake that are battling out. And a bit of a vehicle crash arena. I think they should be fine. They're just letting everyone know, hey, this is where we're at. Is that 15 and 17? Is that who that was?
Yeah, I think so. Fear and AT7.
Fear and last one.
Last one. Yep. It's
over by Milta.
Wait, no, this is 4 teams around Milta, because AT7 is in Milta Power. It's really hard trying to look. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Not only is everyone sticking on the northern side, if so many teams drop over on each other at once, you could get a little complicated. In fact, there's a team going up to Zarki, which you don't usually often see. And so when you pair all of this with the circle that we just got, there is one team. Semantics, you could argue 3 or 4, but I'm just going to state there is one team that is actually properly in this circle.
Yeah, and that is Thunders, the pink team, currently 16 over there. Pachinki, everyone else, we got one team in Razak, and then like 2 teams right next to each other over by Sunken. Teams 14 and 12. That is OSG and Noble. And that's going to be contention. Old School Gaming and Noble right next to each other over in Sunken. You can see right there on your screen, Drake having to hold tight just a little bit. And I feel like this is where our first action is going to happen. Likely,
because it looks like OSG, Old School Gaming, they're pretty locked in, only because Noble have a player on the north side, not even in Sunken, holding down the garage north of that road, and that's going to keep them from being able to make any clean exit over that bridge, because if they try and exit down towards the south, the terrain there is rough, and they can sort of utilize that to their advantage, but taking a proper vehicle exit to get out of there at a good velocity to get into the circle could be rough, and so because of that, it's probably going to force Old School Gamers, at least, into an engagement here.
And I'm not sure if you can see it. PL Syria is part of Old School Gaming's roster. He's way above Razak. He's closer towards shooting range in just that no man's land right now, not quite being helpful to the rest of the team. So this is basically a de facto 4v3 in Sunken right now with all the members of Noble there, with Old School Gaming only having 3. You can see Syria, he's in a vehicle, he's going to book it on in, and this could be dangerous because T-God could possibly just catch him, or Rio T-God could be catching him off guard, as you said, hanging above the bridge in the northern part. Let's see how Syria deals with this one.
Is he going to bother to scout in, or is he just running in to go save his boys?
He might be running in. He's going to be running right by him. You can see, there it is. Rio T-God, Rio's chilling right there. Hasn't been scouted out yet. Syria just slowed down in front of the bridge, and now basically they're on opposite sides of the bridge. I think he knows. Yeah, he has an idea where he's at. And so they're going to hold for a little bit.
This is really good. It'll help counter out Riot's position. Spots the cross, doesn't take the shots just yet. either not to reveal himself or understanding that he's unlikely to be able to get that kill or even a full finish there. But this really does minimize the effect that Riot's going to have on that position on the north side. But he's just making an open run. If Syria spots this, it's a Bison in his hands. Might not be the best long range, but there he goes. He is going to go and try and take the shots. Difficult to connect.
He had 53, landed about 4. And Riot stays alive. Has one first aid. Going to use bandages for now, but the sprint across the street, how did the chicken cross the road? Well, a little battered, but will survive.
Syria recognizing now has an opportunity with Riot healing up to go push on in. He's going to make it a standard 4v4, as you mentioned, trying to give some more support. That damage on Drake, was that the same original damage that was tossed out by a grenade from even like a full minute ago?
Yeah, I think so. We'll check back on in with them over at Sunken. However, happening right now, you can see it on your screen, 303 in Fear, trying to make the rotation to the western bridge south of Pachinki. And Valak, we just saw the man earlier in the interview, able to get and finish off one member of Fear. And that's 303 getting the first kill on the board, the first point on the board, and he's off, and yet again gets another one here. And 303 just kind of controlling this area. It's open fields with the DP dinner plate. Time to feast on up. Switching over to the AK. Landing shots onto exit lobby. Exit lobby. Trying not to exit the lobby. Will exit the gunfight. Gets himself out safely. But Fear loses 2 in a wide open rotation.
If I'm not mistaken, this isn't the only transitional conflict that we're going to be seeing here. Whenever we saw the map, not only in the very early game, it's going to be Maniac there going up and finishing that kill against Fear. But so 303 continuing to hold down this hilltop. And there's a lot of teams really bumping shoulders, not just in their loot position, but their initial rotation position. Again, because of the gross disparity between the flight path and the circle.
Yeah, we have a couple teams that will be rotating on in late. It'd be last one. Boosted will be moving on in, and version 2 esports, they'll all be in that farm area, eastern side of the bridge, which is all outside of the zone right now. The zone is basically south of school, ruins, Pachinki, Gatka, and a little bit of military base, and then everything west of that.
This is dangerous here. All 4 in one vehicle. Yes, it was a retrieval. It was a full 4-man exit from Sunken. They don't want to be involved in that fight because it is not a position of control or power. It's basically 50-50 coin flip of who's going to go out in 16th or not. And so it's a good call for OSG to retreat, but they need to be very, very careful about where they're rotating, because if there's 1 or 2 ARs pointed at their vehicle at the same time, the entire team's going to go out.
All right, this is the rotation I was talking about earlier. Last one and version 2 esports, as well as Boosted, will be in this area in just a little bit. They're fighting as they're rotating on in from farm, from the west, getting into the zone. It looks like last one will be heading on over towards Pachinki. And gunfight's breaking out already. And although it started in Sunken, it's now continuing outside of Sunken, north of Pachinki. And an early kill here. OSG, they made the first move. They're able to pick up the kill.
Strange how they were able to find someone from Noble randomly out in those fields, but they're not going to be sad about the loot. I do worry about how their loot and their resources utility is going to last throughout the late game, because they weren't really given much freedom or much space to loot up. They seem fine for now, but any sort of injection will be a welcome one. BST right now taking out the hilltop, clearing the area around them. This is a hard area to fight over from different angles, but I think in this circle it could be a successful scouting position. It's not inside the circle, or at least not inside phase 2, because that shift, thankfully away from water, it's a northern shift on paper. It is a pretty standard, let's call it a central, even, fair split for as far as the land mass is concerned.
Yeah. No swimming necessary this time. We won't have any... Forgot what team we had. Was it Chemical Cloud last game where they swam all the way across?
There were a few.
We had a lot of teams in Group 1 try to swim across from Primorsk over to military base, and they got caught up in the zone and weren't able to do so. But again, just look at that in the bottom right-hand corner. You can see version 2 boosted, and now Strangers BD possibly running into a big fight over positioning in this southwestern area where 303 asserted their dominance earlier to Fear.
We're seeing a lot of teams continue to be rotating amongst each other. And the fact that there's a number of teams still in their vehicles in phase 2 in this circle is problematic because there are so many fields here, which, sure, there's a number of compounds. There should be enough to go around, but it does mean that it's going to give some teams easy open shots to potentially get some damage, one of which is going to be 4H here, 4 Hustlers, controlling the top of Georgia Pole Mountain. It's not going to be strong for too long, but it does give them a lot of information of where is free, where is not, where we can go, and I think that's going to be a necessity going forward.
Oh yeah, like again, it's starting to get crowded early on. I like this. We've had a couple of circles in day number 1 and in group 1 where everyone was inside the circle and then the circle just centered up. Everyone was inside the circle. This is forcing early rotations out of these teams. And as you said, 4 Hustlers, it just gets to view everyone rotating on through. And so luckily for the teams that are already inside, you can see a couple teams starting to gather around Gatka. It'll be finding space in like version 2. Even them, they're like, hey, 303, see you later. This is your farm. We'll find somewhere else to start our wheat factory. That's what they're called, right?
The factory? Yeah. The ox pulling that metal thing. That's what a factory is.
A plow. Come on, guys. I know it's a... Come on, Cameron.
Listen, you think I do any sort of manual labor in my life?
Not with those eyes. All right, THD. They found themselves a nice spot on the western part of the map, and so we really haven't talked about Thunders too much, other than the fact that they were the ones that were blessed with the circle when the circle originally popped. Coming in late, the 3 members of Noble, they decided to double back into Razak, loot on up, and get what they needed to get before they headed on out. And look, oh, there's his body. They went to double check to see if anything's there. Nope, already got vultured.
Oh, yep, already got picked up. We found a scrap of paper with a random phone number on it and a single sock with a hole in the heel. That's about it. That's all that was there.
Oh boy, there's our boy. It's Russell for the It's Thrifty Soccer Moms. I do love that their tag is It's Doc, it's Irish, it's Russell, it's Slump. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's the perfect setup for a sitcom opening.
Circle pops here, and it actually shifts way north. So looks like 4 Hustlers holding Everest will continue to stay inside of that, and everyone that went south towards Quarry, Ferry Pier, it's going to be a mad dash north, and you've got teams all over the place. You can see right there, Boosted can see AT7, they can see I got it. It's going to be quite the mess.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, its Soccer Moms are in a good position as well, taking over that sort of volcano-ish sort of area in the middle of the South Hospital fields. But my lord, driving is an important thing in PUBG. This is the first time that I think I've seen so many teams be in their vehicles for 80% of the first like 12, 13 minutes. They have been non-stop driving. It's been a full road trip for so many different teams.
Oh, and here we go. Shots ringing out early on. OSG holding their position east of Gatka. A couple houses, a couple of farming lines over there. Chopsticks are over there, and they're doing a decent job defending there. Unfortunately, for Team 9, the rest of Icebrink's team, Strangers, I think, not finding a place to hang out, and they're going to have to camp it out in the Chopsticks themselves.
I mean, in this circle, you kind of just got to take what you can get. It might not be the best position, but there are so many open fields that, honestly, just a place to a roof over your head, that's a blessing in of itself.
It's a bit slower. It seems like teams have mostly found space within this circle to kick off day number 1. Gatka, Hospital, Everest inside, Ruins barely outside of the zone. And now teams are going to have to fight their way on in as we follow along with Boosted. They've got themselves a pretty solid spot here in Gatka, so it feels like it'll be a lot of peak battles against Invincible Gods. They have Supernova in that spot as well. And then AT7 will have to also figure out their way on in.
Yeah, this position with Boosted is actually quite good. Not only is it close to dead center, it also has multiple points of access even to that hospital field, which is where I think the action is likely to end up on. Of course, AT7 here could try and to weaken them, ruin them. But if Boosted continue to, I think they're going to be in a strong position to gatekeep teams out wherever the circle may go next. There's a lot of opportunities for them.
Yeah, checking out here, exit lobby hurt there for Fear. So Fear now down to, I think, just what, 2 members, 1 member? I think they're down to 1 member because of that early skirmish that they had. So unfortunately for Fear, it is time to just hang out and hide. It's Jason B, the final member for Fear. They might be our first team out.
Come on. Okay, so the phase 2, I said it technically was a hard shift, but it shouldn't really be considered one. Phase 3, that was a hard shift. Now, once again, not just towards the north, towards the northeast, it is 4 hustlers. They're hustling this one. I don't know who they talked to beforehand, but they are just living it. They don't even have to fight at this point. They can wait for everyone else to deal with each other on the outskirts, and then just them on top of their ivory tower, pick up the scraps, and come home with a solid game without having to put too much work, because look at a circle like this.
Well, my question is, like, do they have enough resources? Because, I mean, it feels like they went there pretty early as we fall along now with version 2 esports driving around. They passed through 303. I think 303 got through unscathed. Did they get unscathed? Or did they lose one? I think, yeah, no, they're okay. In the zone, a couple having to jog on in, but now's the time where we're going to run out of space, and we're going to have people being like, hey, this is my front yard.
Yeah. Again, placement is more powerful than kills compared to other point system, but you're going to have to come across the kills eventually, and one of those fights might be here on the southwest side. Boosted, they actually let V2 get in front of them, which is going to be a big issue. They're trying to break out of this compound, but with this many teams around them, it could be a little more difficult than I expected at the start. You can see that they're using the terrain across the road to their initial advantage, which is what I liked about this position. They had to get there first because it seems like they're being pinned down. They're trying to use some smokes immediately to cross, and one of those teams is going to be Snake here.
Yeah, Quavo is battling version 2. All the while on the opposite side of the map, inside the zone, but to the southern part. Supernova, that had been there for a while. This is that veteran team. Kato, Ironsight, Epic, Everfury, and Wick all on that roster. They're just kind of stuck in between multiple teams. You got Aton Esports to the south of them. You got Snake to the northeast of them. It's tough. Very, very tough spot for them to be in right now, as now V2 has to decide, do we continue to hang out and pressure Boosted, who are to our south, and then we got to work our way forward and get on into the zone because Strangers are above them, as one team already eliminated. And yeah, that was Supernova going out in 16th place because they just had nowhere to go.
Might be the first, but they're not going to be the last in that aspect. Space is closing in, the blue is closing in. There are very few compounds here, and any sort of attempt to climb up that mountain and pressure 4 hustlers is going to get punished from teams behind you, because it's essentially going to be an open push.
Oh, Kovos. They're able to get in. They just sent it. Was that Fear? That was Jason B that was making a big rotation away from everybody else. You can see Team 17 just moving away from the map. Kobos and Boosted, they run on in. They find a little dip, but they park right next to someone that has a line on them, and it's Strangers able to pick up 1. There's 2 down. It's just Huevo, the last one alive. They're using the destroyed car as a little bit of cover. You might get the revive on up. So Boosted in a terrible spot now. Version 2. Forced to work their way on in, and thankfully Strangers were a bit busy, and it's a big name by Aton Esports, clearing out multiple members of Strangers, and now they're going to get really acquainted with each other because they're all laying right on top of one another to get the revives up.
And Degon, I'm going to chime in here because this circle is continuing to punish these teams. I don't know what it is about these first games, these first circles, but they're just throwing so many challenges, so many questions away at these teams. They're constantly going to have to be fighting what is it turning to trench warfare as they try and crawl their way incrementally into these next circles. We haven't seen a first game in the Mobile Open, I think, quite like this.
No, we definitely have not. And right now, Atan Esports is the one that is benefiting. They have 4 kills as 3 teams already out. Boosted, Fear, and Supernova all out so far, as Singa showing off his skill set. Hey, they weren't just guys camping on top of the rocks. They wanted to make sure they got some of the action as well.
I'm glad you mentioned
worries. Yeah.
Yeah. I was I'm glad you mentioned earlier on the state of their meds, though, not looking so good because they rotated in that early. Cameron, do you also think that's going to be a problem for them? Because they're going to have a lot of teams they're going to have to fight up who are all going to be climbing up this hill.
Yeah, like I said, the team's climbing up. It's not going to be easy for them, but if they do make it to the top side, that could be an issue. And I did spot a team who actually make a wide rapid rotation coming up from the north to push them, which could end up being free. But I still think most of the action is going to be on the outskirts of the compounds out here. AT7 trying to push and find some place, but they're still not in the circle.
Yeah, they're not in the circle. They're up against Team 6. That's Snake, just sitting right in their way right now, as it's smooth sailing for 4 Hustlers. They do see Noble, who did get out of that early skirmish that we saw with Old School Gaming. Let's see if they're able to battle their way up the rock and be kings of the hill. Right now, 4 Hustlers are currently kings. And just look at this mess.
Look at this.
This is amazing. Yeah. A7, you got Snake right on top of that hill, more Snake. Further out in the back, you can see the pink team. That's Thunder that we haven't seen and talked about too much since the very beginning. Version 2 also in that area. Last one, and 303 sitting pretty on the eastern side. Nade coming out, finishing off Irish. And I think it's Soccer Moms now down to 2 members. Another team goes out. This time it was Strangers that were out. Again, that southern part has just been absolutely bloody.
I mean, this is going to be just so difficult to try and keep track of here, as all of these teams are just slowly squished into the base of the mountain here. And I cannot believe how we're seeing 4 Hustlers being able to play this. They have 2 and 2, making sure they're keeping track of both sides. And oh my goodness, that circle as well. It's just going to keep on coming, just going to keep on trucking in. But we're down to 11 teams now, 33 left alive. If you thought real estate was at a premium before, oh my goodness. 303, though, have made it in. 5 kills to their name. They had a strong start, Degon, but now, I mean, they're looking pretty solid. Look like they could rack up a pretty high kill game.
Yeah, they could, but it's just scary right now. 4 Hustlers, you're wondering, hey, are they splitting up 2 and 2? But they just keep landing shots like that at the top of the rock and saying, don't come my way. We're going to hold you off. As you can see Doc there with the M249 clearing things out and holding his own. And so it's thrifty Soccer Moms doing their best to continue to fight their way on in. They're going up against Thunder. Thunder hasn't had too much to do on the western side. And who picks all of those kills up? It looks like 4 Hustlers helping out the Soccer Moms, and Soccer Moms able to take the southeastern side. Now it's a mess in the northwestern side, as iGod is leading the way here. Invincible Gods and Goon Squad going back and forth. Noble in that party. 4 Hustlers get to shoot down on everybody. It's just a mess. It is just a mess here.
It's a very strange symbiotic relationship between 4 Hustlers and Noble. Noble was a team that looped up from the north side very early on and hiding out under the rocks under Hustlers, but they sort of acted as a northern defense for 4 Hustlers. So I think that's one of the reasons why Hustlers haven't exactly been putting too much aggressive positioning over there. That, and they've had to watch multiple angles, so that's not exactly the most efficient use of resources. But now the circle has shifted. They might want to start clearing Noble out.
That relationship might have to come to an end here pretty soon, as the team has to move in now. We are seeing one member down. The nades are starting to come in over the top. And that is going to be more kills, just going the way of King this time, though. Noble's going to drop, but we are seeing 1 player dead, 1 player down for 4 Hustlers. Their reign may be coming to an end. There may be a new King of the Castle soon. Thrifty Soccer Moms able to keep the team up back, and we're down to 5. We were at 11 teams about a minute and a half ago. This has just been absolute chaos. It is all about sight lines. It is all about elevation. So keeping one eye up the hill towards 4 Hustlers and the other one just to your left, to your right on the lateral, trying to see the next team to pop their head around a rock. Dion, it's like whack-a-mole up in here. The second you deal with one, another team just springs on up. So we're seeing Goon Squad pushing in. They've been able to survive this pretty well, but only 2 kills to their name. We're seeing the shots going in from Jordan, but the headshot from Arsh is there. That's what I'm talking about. The second you pop your head up, it's taken off, but this time it's King to clean that one up, and 10 kills now going the way of 4 Hustlers. They're finally starting to cash in on the downs the rest of these teams are bringing their way.
Yeah, I see your 10 kills here as Doc gets another one. Now it's 4 kills so far for Soccer Moms, and they're holding their little position there. But if you look to the south, where the zone is right now, it's A7, AT7, Atan Esports. They don't have 10 kills. They have quick maths to 12, 15. I think they have 16 kills right now because they are kings of the south, and they have all 4 members. There was a massive 4 versus 4 OSG against AT7 to be kings of the southern portion of the map, and AT7 win it and got all 4 members alive after 3 members were downed. And now you can see King starting to focus there to that side. You can see Doc focusing to that side, being like, hey, maybe we should pay attention to that side of the map because the circle has shifted and it feels like there's a lot of pressure coming that way. So either way, Atan Esports, Rojas really leading that squad there, kicking things off with a big game number 1, not blessed the way that 4 Hustlers were.
And it is good to note that Atan Esports, they came in as the number 1 seed going into this for this group, or one of the seeds coming into this. So they're definitely a team to keep an eye on if my groupings over here are correct. Well, these may actually be random. In any case, they're certainly acting like one of these top seeds. Uh-oh, as we look towards the top, though, it's Godzilla from... no. Okay. All right. Well, that's a fast 180 flick. King's eventually going to go down anyway, but Savage up there at the top of the hill doing work. I'm so impressed as well. 50 Soccer Mom has been able to keep the team alive just that little bit longer. Slump was able to get out the revive, but they are slowly pushing down the hill now, and it's going to come down to this fight here, the winner of which will have to go into Atan Esports, who have been able to keep all 4 members alive. Degon, given the chaos that was the southern end of that circle, I am floored by this. They are looking so impressive as King goes down as well. They're actually helping out Soccer Moms.
Yeah, the big wraparound, they went 2 holding the south where the Soccer Moms were, and then 2 going to the north to try and clear out the rest of 4 Hustlers, and 4 Hustlers get cleared on out. A big save there by Doc. Look at him on 1 HP. And this win is going to Atan Esports. This is going to be the fastest math I'm ever going to do because we need to calculate how many kills it has. Look at that. 10 kills there for Choco.
20.
There's a
20
kill chicken dinner.
20 kill.
That is massive by Atan Esports, and they did it the hard way, the bloody way, through multiple different teams. What a way to finish and earn that chicken dinner. However, the Circle Gods blessed 4 Hustlers, and 4 Hustlers made the best out of it. 12 kills, 3rd place. That's still pretty good.
I mean, not only is that one of the highest kill chicken dinners we've seen yet, the fact that they were able to do it while keeping all 4 members of the team alive, that is so impressive. But there was a lot to break down for that final circle there, how the teams rotated in the circle. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a break. Go, take it easy. We'll talk about that then our analysis bit after our break. Before we head to that, I need to tell you fine folks at home about social media, particularly our brand new Twitter account over at ESL Mobile. !social in the chat will get you the link to that if you want to make sure you're staying up to date with all the things that we're doing here for the ESL Mobile Open and beyond. Definitely be sure to go give that a follow as well over on Instagram. And of course, I talked about a giveaway last week. And if you haven't entered it yet, do that. You should do that. You should enter the giveaway. ! giveaway in the chat wins $200 worth of in-game currency. That buys a lot of fancy skins, which PUBG Mobile has plenty of. And of course, because we're here and it's just us. You should enter that code right down there at the bottom of your screen. That is our secret code of the day. I'm not going to talk about it again. It's going to be it. It's there on the screen. Not even going to say it. It's Mobile Day 2. And if you put that in, you get a bunch of free entries for the giveaway. So be sure you are going and doing that. We are going to head to a short break, though. When we come back, we're going to break down that insane game number 1 and get ready for game number 2. We'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul Inverum Todd Kill, and oh boy, game number 1 for Group 2 is off to a start. That circle was one of the least friendly ones we have seen, and teams were thrown into a tornado of terror at the base of Everest, and one team was able to come out on top, and boy, did they look impressive. I cannot wait to see how this team progresses and the rest of the squads as well as we continue on throughout the day. But before I get too far into it, I need to give a huge shout out to, of course, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. They've been with us from the beginning as our presenting partner, and it's been fantastic to have their support here, growing the grassroots of mobile esports, really being that open layer, that opportunity for people to dip their toes into the competitive landscape, whether it be PUBG Mobile or a ton of other awesome mobile games. It has been fantastic to see these communities grow, and a lot of them really do owe it here to the ESL Mobile Open and, of course, AT&T. So thank you so much to them for being our presenting partner. But let's talk about that first game. Let's talk about that action. I got to welcome back my partners in crime here, of course, in Degon and Cameron Davis. I know you guys both have a lot to say about that last game. Cameron, we'll start with you.
Yeah, there's a lot that went on. We can just acknowledge the early game as being a rotational nightmare. It wasn't even a military-based circle, but just the intersection of the plane and the first phase. It was awful. A lot of teams had the work cut out for them, but it was really once we hit that mid game that the control over Georgia Mountain, or Everest as people like to call it, 4 Hustlers were reigning supreme. They picked up a bunch of kills from the top there, but towards the end we saw that there was a limitation to the control that they had. Sightlines are a two-way street, and they seem to have difficulty properly clearing out the area around them, which, as Degon can, I'm sure, expand upon, led to struggles in actually maintaining their control into the end game.
Yeah, Noble just nuzzling in there very nicely to the northern side of the map. And then to the southern side where they were getting most of the kills, it was just chaotic. There were so many smokes, and that's where Atan Esports went up against 303. They went up against Old School Gamers. They went up against everybody and all stayed alive, and that's why they were able to sneak their way from the south, go on a 2-2 split, and clear out the kings of the top, which were 4 Hustlers, and allow a sneaky second place for the Thrifty Soccer Moms.
Yeah, they did such a good job surviving there. As we take a look back from the footage of game number 1, it started out relatively slow. Like you talked about, Cameron, it was a bit of a positional nightmare. I think, yeah, we saw more people, like there was people spent more time in their cars than they did actually looting.
Yeah, a lot of them, and which probably led to a little more chaos amongst the teams than you otherwise would have expected. We mentioned about 4 Hustlers specifically, but I'm sure a number of teams wish they had the chance to loot up, and one of them, of course, being OSG, who were in that initial sunken little shenanigans. But this is where the fight really started to break out in the south side, where the circles continue to go more and more north, and teams just found a very difficult time having a free path there, and of course open fields didn't help them.
No, it did not help at all, and I was surprised. This was the first time where we didn't camera drinks anybody. A lot of the time we zoom in on them when they're in the vehicle and it just flips on over, and you can see what a flick there by Singa. I think 4 Hustlers, yes, they were gifted this Everest. Yes, they were gifted the circle, but they made the most of it. Even when they got pushed, didn't have great jumps, Singa was able to turn around, get a couple flicks. He goes from one team, switches over to the next, get 2 more knocks there. And even though they weren't always finishes, it created so much chaos for the team to decide, hey, look, there are other teams that are pushing us, plus we're getting shot from the front. Where do we focus on? Whereas 4 Hustlers are like, yeah, you know what? We're feeling a little heat. We'll just back on up a little bit away from the sight lines.
We saw a number of times that teams on the baseline tried to fight each other, but whenever they tried to push onto the team in front of them, 4 Hustlers was the one to deal damage to them from the top. They do end up going down, though, unable to dislodge its Soccer Moms. And then off of that, ATV, who were taking a much-needed breather after the chaos in the south side, did finally push and remove any other opposition. The fact that they stayed 4 up throughout the entire game, not from a position of power coming in from the South Chaos, that was a solid game for them. And that's not even counting the fact that they got 20 kills doing it.
Yeah, this has to be one of the highest point totals in a single map ever in the history of Mobile Open. Like, that was dominant, 4 members up, going through teams the hard way. That was a all-time great performance that I've ever seen in the Mobile Open.
Yeah, I think our win total was 21 points or 21 kills, so 41 points total, which is, or whatever the equivalent would be at the time. I believe it was 21 kill chicken dinner. So, but I don't think I've ever seen a team do it quite like that, like you say, because again, they didn't just sneak their way in; they bullied their way in, and they really took over. So props to them for winning game number 1. If the rest of them are going to be like that, boy, are we in for a treat today. Oh my goodness. Group number 2, certainly looking to deliver. But before we get too much further into the action, before we get back to the games, if you've tuned in at all to the broadcast over the last few months, you've heard me talk about Any Key and the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge. It is an amazing initiative that we are so happy to support here at the ESL Mobile Open. It's basically this pledge that's saying, look, when I play online games, when I'm participating in the greater online gaming community, I'm just going to try and be a good person and try and create as inclusive and open and welcoming as a space as I can when I play games. And of course, over the last year or so, we've had over 800,000 people take the pledge, which is pretty darn fantastic. We're trying to hit 1 million signatures with that, which would obviously be fantastic to see you get this exclusive Twitch badge, ! GLHF in the chat if you want to learn a little bit more about it, or you can watch this video and hear from some esports veterans. Let's take a look.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Well, you heard it there. Good luck, have fun! ! GLHF. You get that fancy little Twitch badge. Degon, I know if you see me typically typing in chat or you in chat, we've got those. Had them for quite a while now.
Years, almost years.
Yeah, almost years. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. It's great to see. So yeah, definitely recommend you guys check that out. But while we've been talking about a good cause, it's given our admins a chance to tally up all the scores and wow. I mean, I knew it was 40 points, but when you see the difference, camera, between the first place and second place team, wow.
Yeah. So the important thing to note here, not only does Atom Esports come out with 40 points off of one game, that we're going to be mentioning multiple times because it's such a huge pickup for them, but the fact that the 2 groups, Group 1 and 2, as we mentioned, it is not the top 8 from both, it is the top 16 from the points combined. That means if there are any point sponges, 1 or 2 teams that are constantly raking in the vast majority of the points, that's going to make it even more difficult for any other team in this group to break into the top 16 points overall. There were no proper sponges in Group 1, but already Atom Esports is establishing themselves as one in Group 2.
Yeah, and for me, I look over there at Supernova. That is one of those veteran roster teams, and Iron Sight and Ever Fury, Kodo is on that team. I think we can say, okay, maybe a bad run, maybe a bad start, but you don't really get any more of those like 1 point games. As well as Soccer Moms and 4 Hustlers. I'm surprised that it was only a 3-point gap. Like 4 Hustlers had so many kills, it felt like they had the world at their fingertips, but Soccer Moms had to work for it. They had to hide, they had to survive. They were 2 members for such a long time in that southwestern area, and they were still able to pick up 19 points. So props there to them for closing that gap in a very difficult game.
For sure. Yeah, I think in the case of 4 Hustlers, it's sort of that double-edged sword. If you want to peek out to get the kills, but at the same time, you've constantly got to be defending yourself in all these different angles, so they couldn't team shoot as well because they had to cover more ground. In any case, still a crazy start with game number 1. I'm getting word the lobby is ready for game number 2. So we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, let's get into our second game. Don't want to miss it.
What up, Oprah?
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. We're jumping out of the plane for game number 2 here on Miramar. I'm in Verum, joined by Degon and Cameron Davis. Boys, let's go. Let's get into it.
Yeah, explosive game number 1 on Erangel for Atan Esports. 20 kills, 20 for the first place finish, 40 points overall. And Atan Esports is one of the teams that we're taking a look at. Also, 4 Hustlers. They had second place, 21 kills, 22 points, something like that, where they're on top of the scoreboard. But they were gifted almost every circle except the last one. I want to see how they do in the face of adversity.
Yeah, that's actually the real big question about 4 Hustlers. We see what Nat can do when they're backs against the wall, and they seem to shine like shooting stars, shine bright like a diamond, as Rihanna would say. But with 4 Hustlers, to see what they can do, because you're not going to be gifted the circle every single time. You're not going to be given full privilege and birthright to winning the game or even making top 5.
I think we got a great view of how all the teams rotated because of the hard shifts. I think here, I don't know, it feels like a lot of teams actually waited pretty late to drop.
Yeah.
Like, you see that, right?
Yeah, it's very western stacked, and this is a pretty central circle, a little south, of course.
Whoa.
But with not much water in play here. What do you think?
Version 2 and last one are like right on top of each other, heading towards Via de Mar. And yeah, they're like, this is our spot. Nope, this is our spot. All right, we're fighting over it. 3 teams in Los Leones. I think it's pretty big. And then a handful of teams heading on over towards Monte Nuevo, actually past Monte Nuevo into El Pozo. So you got old school gamers in 303 looking like they're going to battle over El Pozo as well. So about 3 different areas where there's skirmish, but this circle relatively safe.
Yeah, a number of the larger landmarks in Miramar, El Pozo, and Los Leones specifically, you're able to share reasonably well between 2 and some people argue 2.5 for Los Leones, but Valdemar is not one that I've seen routinely split between 2 separate squads. And so this is probably a drop that these 2 teams are a little unprepared for, or maybe even inexperienced with.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you can see on the mini-map, they're not even all on the same side. You're just like a big mix there. You got 6 on the southern side and 2 on the northern side, and from opposite teams. This is awesome.
So the fact that you're looking at there is last one in the center, version 2 on the sides, it could be beneficial for either team, because if version 2 are able to find the angles, they could pinch in on the entirety of last one in the center, but alternative last one, if they go aggressive east or west, they could isolate and make a pretty reasonable 4 versus 2 advantage. But it doesn't look like anyone is going big at the moment. It's given us an opportunity to sort of look around, and one of those things is El Pozo actually has more than 2 teams there. It actually has 3. Not a single one of these squads flying towards the north went to Monte Nuevo. They all went up to El Pozo, and there's also, I mean, why do they always do this? 4 Hustlers, potential high ground overlooking El Pozo to even gatekeep them further.
Yeah, I hope that we're able to get on over there as well, just to set the table for if action breaks out over in El Pozo. I think we've got that standoff there in Via de Mar pretty well documented between both V2 and Last One, but then up there again, old school gamers 303, and it looks like Goon Squad also hopping on in from the west, and Goon Squad has most of the looting there in El Pozo. They've got more than half the city compared to 303 and old school gamers forced to share the eastern side.
Yeah, that's really the big issue here. But it looks like old school gamers are able to group up at least 3 of them all together. And El Pozo is difficult because of the space between the buildings on average compared to other cities. But if they push in, if they're able to make their way across these open gaps without getting taken out by 303, but not a great start, because I think Syria just went down. I didn't see exactly to whom there, but that is going to slow the push, and it does mean that 303 can take advantage of that. And actually, there's someone pushing in from the east side.
Yeah, that's the new guy, Valak. He's proven his worth yet again. We had the opportunity to chat with him at the beginning of the day. He gets the opening knock here. And I don't know if anyone's going to get to Syria in time. No, Syria does get picked up, so he'll be safe. And now Valak in a little bit of trouble. You see the shots ringing on through by Gorda. And not quite able to land, and so Valak will be able to bandage up. Only 3 bandages on Valak, 1 stim, or a couple of stims there. So Valak needs to find his way to safety as, in the kill feed, there we go. A little bit of that standoff there in Miramar, starting to turn into some knocks both ways. Actually, no, looks like it's a knock and a kill there for last one. V2 go down 1 member.
Yeah, so this is what I mean over there with the isolation ability there. But 303, they're pushing in. There was the revive on Syria, but Valak, he has backup, and now they're going aggressive here. They want to keep the pressure on OSG, old school gamers, trying to tell them that new school is the way to go. Or something. I don't know. Something.
That was good. No. That was good. Oh, Valak getting a little cheeky, trying to hop out the window, having some user error, and gets punished in the back for it. We'll have to get some band-aids and kisses from his teammates as now V2 pushing on in. This is the close quarters combat there in Miramar. As it looks like, I don't know how to say Slav's name, but Slavs is slobbering all over Mander, and Mander's on fire! And Slav is able to win a 1v1 against Moon and finishes off Moon. And so V2 stay alive for a little bit longer. Mander able to heal on up and get the revive at the last second for Pain. Now Slav is forced to push on through, should be able to catch them. Reviving, Mander hides around the corner, tries to get the shotgun shot, and Slava stays alive. The winners of the South over in Miramar, and Slava with a couple of extra shots just to make sure it's V2 that stay alive over last one.
Really good hold there. Found the perfect timing to push down and not let the revive get off. It almost looked like a bit of a fake there, saying, hey, you going to go for it? It's going to be a free revive. I'm not going to push. JK, psych, coming on in, spraying you all down, catching you off guard, even with the footsteps audio clue, not going to give you the chance to turn away and take me out. And they're going to be, even though losing a member, they win the entire area, which is, some would say worth it, but that's not the only fight going on. Not even close, because boosted here in another early game engagement.
Yeah, we didn't even get to set the table for this one. It's boosted in Fear. Fear, again, they had Jason B, the last one alive. Jason's going to be the one of the third ones knocked. The first one finished off. Fam also getting shot as well. So it's Exit Lobby and Nunu left alive here for Fear against Boosted. Boosted 1-2 up, 1 downed. As Nunu able to land the shots on the Frenzy. And so now it's a 2v1 here for Fear. Looking a little bit better in Exit Lobby. Thinking better of leaving his buddy alone. And it looked like Fear got aggressed upon by Boosted. It looked bad. And Fear turning this one back around. Sparked the last one left up.
Those are crucial fights to win. And what a great nade. Yeah, we're done. That's good. That was cooked to perfection as well. It bounced off the shoulder and immediately went off. And Nunu coming in clutch for the squad. Absolutely amazing. Clutch 2 versus 2, and then the nade to follow it up. I was about to count them out. I was prepared to make a joke about Exit Lobby's name. I'm sure you were as well.
Yeah.
But they threw it back in our face.
Great minds think alike, but I guess a great grenade can also change great minds.
It was an easy one. Come on, great minds.
All right. No more low-hanging fruit. That was a great nade, and good on Fear to win that gunfight. Again, they had a tough game number 1. Here in game 2, they start off with 4 kills, down to 2 members, but I guess better than exiting the lobby without in last place. Circle centering up here, and. Basically pretty centered.
yeah, it's a little bit towards the north, but there wasn't anyone in the south anyway, so it's not going to affect too many teams. The other ones that are really in, I don't want to say trouble, but have a bit harder of a rotation here are the ones that most of them had a rough early game anyway, so they should have been prepared to have a bit of a continuation of that while they got their feet under them. We were just tuning in with that in esports, who in stark comparison to the previous game were actually in a pretty good spot of control that could easily be taken away from them, because the circle did move slightly away from them. It shifts towards the north again, but they at least had the high ground to get information from. Not the only ones to do so. But right now, OSG, they're rotating in. They were able to tear themselves away from 303. All four still up, surprisingly enough. So I think the blue putting pressure on El Pozo gave these teams an opportunity to make a gentleman's agreement.
Yep, there's those shots that you said that a ton would be able to try to knock on through. Right now, Noble taking down Thunder, and this is right outside of La Bendita. That leaves that one lone member of Thunder, and that's who Athon is shooting at right now. It's Jinx. Jinx forced to hide away. It is Jinx and one other member on that squad, Teo. Just like our director's name, Teo. Forced to hide a little bit further away into La Bendita. They're going to try to get themselves to safety. So early rotation for Thunder not working out. Noble capitalizing on those points.
Yeah, Chris, you're really trying to go for those bolts. Hope we see an opportunity to go for more of them because nice little bolt action headshots. I understand that they're not as powerful as DMRs. I have slowly over the course of my Battle Royale experience come to terms with the fact, but they're just oh so beautiful to watch anyway.
They are.
I'll second that. I agree.
Thanks, Paul.
Look, the M4 spray in this game, if you're good enough at it, you can do so much with it. I appreciate how good it is. But at the same time, someone pulls out a Car 98 and just blames somebody at 300 meters in the head. It's like, ooh! There's, you know, just something. It's the OG gamer in me, you know what I mean? Like 360 no scope. It speaks to my inner nerd, all right?
Well, 360 no scope is a lot harder than, 12 bullet DMR landed 3 times shot.
That's the name of my mixtape. I'm glad you for promoting it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're very welcome. Things seem to slow down just a little bit. We saw Goon Squad earlier, part of that pile up over in El Pozo. They found their way on into the southwest. They are currently facing the direction towards Picada. As one Hypoc used to love to say. Hypoc, my casting partner for PUBG PC. There you go, Picada. They're looking at old school
Come on,
gamers.
Irish, hit it. Hit it. Come on. That's free. That's
Invincible
free.
guys.
That
Nope.
was free, Irish.
Irish, one more.
One more. You didn't even
We'll give
know.
you a second chance.
I don't think he knows. Does he know?
View distance, maybe? Might be view distance.
Possible.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to chime in because Cameron, I want to ask you something. I'm feeling like so far, we have a very limited sample size and the circles in game number 1 weren't great. I feel like overall, the rotations I'm seeing and the decision when and when not to take fights in this group has been better than we saw in group number 1. I feel like group number 1 felt a lot more chaotic. While there has been more action in this group, I actually feel like the overall rotations we've been seeing have been a little bit better. What do you think about that?
I am going to agree with you on both counts. Both that being a little bit of an inclination towards that direction, but also because the sample size and just the nature of the first game might be leading us down a bit of an incorrect path. And I think it's going to be this shift that's going to be able to sort of confirm or deny that, because there aren't many teams here on the direct west of La Bendita. And this area, also known as Isa Picado, can be very, very fun to play around. Lots of dips and bowls, a little bit of high ground, and there seem to be a number of teams all making their way for it from the west side. And on the south here that we're watching at Esports rotate up, they have their own terrain to manage with, a bit more of an open field. I think Yaden is realizing what he might be driving into. So he's going to turn around and group up with the rest of his squad.
Yeah, he was possibly running into that veteran squad of Supernova Esports, eager for some points because they didn't get too many earlier on, as I think that was Russell. Russell able to land one of those shots onto 303. Yep. And Russell picking up the points on one of the members of 303. So 303 down to just 3 as we move into zone 3. That worked out perfectly.
I think we got there at the end. I'm curious how many teams are still moving through Los Leones right now. Not just OSG coming in from that direction, but also Fear and V2. But yes, Ralphino, 303, trying to find some cover here.
Oh, strangers, I think the Dark Knight Batman was not watching when his watch was needed most. Like, that should have been a free. That looks very free from this angle to hit at least Ralphino one more time.
Yeah. But this is the control where the strangers are currently at that I was mentioning on the east of Picado, west of El Pozo here. Blink trying to go for some more bolt action damage. We'd love to see it. Bit difficult since the enemy team, Goon Squad, is using their vehicles as cover. Oh, but that one landed. That one was it. Smokes bloomed. Should be an easy revive. Wait, but is someone shooting at them? What?
Oh! Blink! Don't blink, or you'll miss that. Oh my goodness! Takes the big gun to task. All right. All right. Stranger spin. Don't be a stranger. If you're not going to come to us, we'll come to you, but with bullets.
Yeah, and that's Goon Squad going out. And so Goon Squad out in 14th place. Jordan Cassidy, Godzilla, and Clutie there. That's a tough start there for them, especially when, again, just kind of tough rotation in the smoke. You think you're okay. You've got, I think, was it at least two members downed? That was tough.
Yeah. Oh, V2, their own rotation is a little tough. That was one of the two teams, along with Fear, that was rotating in from the south side that was a little curious about. And they're having a rough way of trying to make it into the circle. It's hard to know where is Fear or not when you're in a brand new lobby because you don't exactly know your enemy team's sort of general game plans are.
Right.
But currently Fear, with these are a team with only 2 members, they're doing their best to peacock as much as they can, try and keep teams away from them because they want to avoid fighting. They have 4 points already, which is a good start, but with only 2 members up, they really can't take meaningless fights.
Yeah, but the team that is closest to them is Thunder, who are also down to 2 members with Teo and Jinx. So if they decide to pick that fight south of La Bendita, that would be, I think, a solid play here. Another interesting rotation is going to be for Hustlers. Again, we've touched on it. They were blessed by Everest earlier. Now they are forced to rotate out and are actually the furthest team away from the circle. And if they go direct on in to the northwest, they're going to run into 303. They're going to run into Strangers. And also, we saw it's Thrifty Soccer Moms peek their head on up once or twice.
See Fear right here using the cover of middle of the crater to make their way into the circle. It's a good call for them once again, but over here for Hustlers gets a little close to 303. I don't know if 303 are aware of it. And at the same time, Strangers trying to make big use of their location. They have pushed down towards the south, trying to take it to Supernova. Blink's trying to go for more of those highlight reel building shots.
Yeah. And so all of this is in a line. You have 4 Hustlers furthest in the northwest. Big nade there on the Maniac, captain leader of this 303 squad. He gets knocked down, and so that just leaves, I think, poor Ralphino as the last one left alive here for 303. So it goes 4 Hustlers, then 303, then Strangers who we're following along with, and then Strangers taking pot shots at Old School Gamers. And so it's just a big mess here all along the western side of the map. And I think all the fighting forced away 4 Hustlers. What? They forced him away right into the soccer moms. Oh, Russell, another highlight. Can he do it one more time? Let's do it, Russell. Come on, Russell, give it to him. Savage going back and forth, trying to wiggle, do the dance. Come on, do the Tootsie Roll, Tootsie Slide. Russell about to give it to him. They go all the way around. Russell using that third party to perfection. Will he be able to get those shots? No, he hasn't gotten it yet. Oh, they're just playing. Now he has the backup. He pushes on through. Savage and him can't hit each other. The broad side of the barn actually wins in all of the fight here. But eventually they go down. Russell and the rest of his teammates survive. 4 kills heading on over to the Thrifty Soccer Moms.
Yeah, bit of a loose engagement there, shall we say, if you want to be polite about it. But Thrifty Soccer Mom is able to stay alive just in time, get the revive off for the next shift. Somewhat central, a little bit to the east, right on Snake, but they're the only team fighting it. Okay. Again, iGod constantly coming up with the third party to finish off teams that are incredibly wounded already.
Yeah, I got trying to clear that out, but Atan picking up the kills, and they continue to stay alive. 3 members will live here for Atan as they picked up 3 kills in that final bit of a push there by Invincible Gods. Invincible Gods go out in 11th place with 3 kills.
Well, this game is certainly action-packed. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's all about this terrain. Cameron, you talked about it before. There is some dips and bowls, but if you can't get yourself on one of those in early, and even then, you have to pop your head back out like a little prairie dog when you have to get to the next one when the circle shifts. And if you're out there yelling Allen, I mean, somebody's going to come knocking. We can see it. All these third parties coming in. It's making it so difficult for teams to get these rotations. But I'm looking at now, and you know, we're looking at Snake right there, dead center. Siri is trying to find these shots. This is all the damage that Blink was doing earlier, by the way. His sniper shots were what put this team in Supernova in such a terrible position. And Digon, you said they needed better than a 1-point game, but it's tough when it seems like everybody's looking at him.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's looking at him, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any energy here except Ironside. Ironside, the last one left alive. They're going to have to force their way on through this veteran. No helmet, by the way, for Ironside.
Blue's pushing in. And so even though Old School Gamers try to do their best to deal damage to Supernova, pick up a couple of kills, they only have 1 point so far in terms of kills. Placements still, I think, in 1, maybe 2-point range at this point. Oh, on esports. It's been a while since we spotted them, but they've been able to cleanly push up from the south, losing Chaco in the meantime. But they're going to be playing in from edge, and if last game's anything to go by, it's what they are very, very comfortable with.
Oh, there it is, Strangers gatekeeping Old School Gamers. You just touched on them before they got eliminated. Old School Gamers getting absolutely wiped by Strangers as Atan Esports continuing their push to the south. And you can see we're starting to get to the close range where we can see multiple people in our spectator camera. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. I believe that's Snake, V2 in that same area. V2 is going to be riding right on by Atan Esports, and this is the first time Atan feels like they've been caught unprepared, and they're forced to hit the deck. They do stay alive for a little bit longer. V2 gets eliminated by the power of Atan Esports. It feels like these guys can do no wrong just yet.
That was actually the power of Nunu once again. Fear staying alive on that north side, I think, if I'm not mistaken at least. But over here, Noble, they're having to push out from... They're not the only ones. There are a number of teams that now with this center shift have to push out from one of the last few places of defense to hide in. And so you can see Thor trying to prep grenades. Maybe they can send it in some direction. And Irish with the AWM trying to get some shots, trying to get some damage here. 4 kills for them. But that's a rough run up the side of an open cliff.
One of these days he's gonna hit this shot. Well, I'm gonna be there for it. I'm gonna be there for it. Didn't have his lucky charms this morning, you know, not quite feeling it.
Strangers looking like they're gonna have to send it here.
Yeah, I've been playing on the outside for so long here, but the second we look away from Thrifty Soccer Mom, Sphere comes in with backstab. Exit lobby, living up to the name, but this time he's sending other players out. Noble Esports is here as well. They are going to be able to get themselves into this next circle. But Cameron, there is not a whole lot of cover in this. Smoke grenades, utility are going to have to be used to perfection.
There are a couple of good resources in the terrain to utilize, and Fear, they're on one of them. These ridges you can peek over the way that Nunu is just now, but it's jumping from one to the next to try and find one that's in the circle. That's the real difficult part. And so a lot of teams are being cut off in transition.
It looked like their own grenade blew them up, and you saw like immediately the Strangers player Revenge had to stop and be like, well, I guess I can't go over there anymore. That's in the middle of nowhere. Revenge now has his nades. He's going to try his best to throw them on down, see if he can find any kills, and now forced to use his truck as hard cover. And now it's Thrifty Soccer Moms in a bit of trouble here. Woo. Losing members left and right. And finally, Nunu gets punished, but it's been fantastic here by these 2 members of Fear.
Yeah, if those smokes can allow Nunu to crawl over that ridge and get to exit lobby, small little dip, maybe he can get revived. But unfortunately, I think his position is a brutal one. It's not being confirmed. He hasn't been confirmed yet. He hasn't been fully killed. SK here, maybe a little lax on that aspect, because I think that's an angle for them there. But they have a lot of angles to try and worry about. 3 kills and 4 up. It's been a quiet game so far for them, but they've been saving their resources for when it really matters, and that's the late game.
Yeah, and I think it's because that lone member of Strangers is right outside of Snake, up on top of the hill. They know that someone's there. The smoke grenade's there, and you can see Sup Pig trying his best to throw the molly up on there, but it's distracting. They don't know exactly how many people are up there. And Revenge, he's in a bit of trouble. Someone pushing. Oh, Sup Pig sees him. There we go. And so Sup Pig able to get the finish there. And now they know the team number dropped. There's 4 teams alive with 12 members still remaining in the lobby.
Yeah, and these teams, I gotta give them props, being able to keep so many members of these squads alive. Whoa, exit
Jesus.
lobby. Nothing small about that mini. Oh my goodness, you can feel that one. Just going down range, and Thor, like a hammer from above, knocking him on out.
One shot.
One
That's it.
tap.
Just like, yep, I'm good. We got it.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm liking this. I mean, 10 kills already for this Fear squad. They're looking really, really solid. But they're still going up against Aton Esports, who are looking pretty darn good as well, being able to survive into this. But the kill's actually being sniped away there, I think, from them, as now Exit Lobby is pushing on and getting super aggressive, but maybe a little bit too aggressive here, as Snake not taking this one, lying down, continuing to clean up these kills. And D-Gon, we're starting to see the player count in the lobby just get whittled away as Drake is trying to take some shots back, but he is out in the open, and everybody could be staring at him here in just a second. Got to play this one close to the chest.
Yeah, has to play it very smart. Again, placement points still up for grabs. You got 2 players that are just one. Nunu forced to just heal on up, has 5.
Yeah.
5 more first aids left. Drake on his belly trying to snake his way on in. Yaden trying to do the same thing, and Rojas as well. So great performance by Aton Esports. Multiple members being knocked. That's the first Snake member finally going down. Forever has been knocked, and Drake working his way on up. Sup Pig gets finished off as well, and now things looking a little shaky here for Snake, who had position. Drake turns to the right angle, but he gets finished off by Snake, and Nunu able to heal on up 2 whole positions. He's more than happy with that. He possibly could pop on up and look for something. Yeah, he's going to make a dash for it, realizes, no one's there. We're just going to get finished off. That's a tree, takes a couple of shots, and a great hold here. The circle helping out Snake, but you can see the teams all behind him working their way on up and getting a bunch of points, specifically Fear. They started the heal off when there were 5 teams up with their 9 kills, then were able to move all the way up to second place, so they knew exactly how hard to push it, even though they started off as a 2-man team so early on in this map.
I mean, Nunu pulled up 7 kills in that game. Really, really solid performance there. And I was actually really impressed by, there were so many squads functioning as duos there at the end, and they played it super well. Cameron, even at the last minute decision to have one player go in, try and pick up some kills, the last one to heal strat. I am really liking the play I'm seeing from the second group here today. I said at the beginning of the match, it felt a little bit less chaotic, and I actually feel like as much action as there is, it's a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, and I think Fear is a perfect example of that. But they're not the only ones, even though I think they were probably the main protagonist in this particular round because of all the trials and tribulations that we saw. The duo, not the full man squad of 4, but the duo push through. But yeah, I do think that this is going to confirm what we thought in the beginning of the game, that this group is looking a little more macro leaning than perhaps Group 1.
For sure, but we can talk about more of that after the break. We'll give you guys a minute to relax, catch your breath, grab a sip of water. But for you guys at home, you also can do that because we're going to do a short break. But before we do, want to remind everyone, of course, Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff. Make sure you're following us over there, !social in the chat. And look, if you're a fan watching this and you're thinking, man, I wish I could do this, but I live in Europe or the Middle East, North Africa. Well, I have news for you, because play starts like right now, like today, like go, like let's get into it. If you are over in Europe and you want to get involved in the Mobile Open, Season 2 of the EU Mobile Open is live right now for teams all across Europe, Middle East, North Africa, all that good stuff. So definitely be sure to go check that out. Sign up EU in the chat. We'll give you all the details for that, all the participating countries. So if you are watching this from across the pond, I definitely recommend you go check that out. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, game number 3. Oh my goodness, this lobby is heating up. You don't want to miss any of this action. We'll be back in a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm in Varum, that's Degon, Cameron Davis, and game number 2 certainly delivers. Group number 2 showing up in a big way because Degon, we had some expectations for teams to keep an eye on today, but overall, the caliber of play in this lobby so far has really impressed me.
Yeah, I feel like the teams that we needed to focus on were wide, and they've delivered. We didn't know exactly who would step up, and it's been multiple teams. Even in this last game right there, you had Strangers, you had Snake. Noble did a great job working their way on in. Fear did a great job working with just 2 members. And then Atan Esports were still able to find their way to the top of the pack. So I liked what I saw from multiple different teams, and teams that didn't make it on in. It felt like, hey, they picked the right time for a gunfight. We didn't see a lot of people just kind of getting lost out there. I guess the only one was we saw Russell getting super close and just whiffing all of his shots. Can't wait to cover that one in the replay. But I'm very impressed with what we saw today.
Well, speaking of replay, Degon, we've got those lined up. Cameron, let's take another look back because that game was certainly action-packed from start to finish.
It was, and not in the straightforward... not straightforward, but not necessarily in the same sense that the first game was. This game was a lot less of a story of the haves and the have-nots. There were a lot of even fights, as Degon was mentioning earlier on, but it did start in the very beginning. A number of teams all dropped on the same locations, and not necessarily the ones that you would otherwise have expected here, but this is the beginning of the new exit lobby show.
Oh, yeah. Big nade rotating on through, and Fear again with 2 were the ones aggressed upon by Boosted and lost their members early. Plus we got to see some fantastic shots from Blink and you miss it. This is another great nade we saw from our circle blessed Erangel gods. 4 hustlers, nice nade, and then Russell paying it right on back onto 4 members, and then just yeah, all right, yeah, we'll just skip the ring around the rosy. We could have shown that one, but Blink, he had multiple nice snipes there.
Atten as well, a lot of shots here. What I think we're seeing though, and I was looking at it the previous game, didn't have a chance to bring it up, but I believe we are starting to see how powerful grenades can be. And it's not something that maybe I'm wrong here, but I haven't seen them get that many kills with grenades in PUBG Mobile up until the past month or so, I want to say. And we're seeing a bunch in this game. We saw a bunch in the previous game. And so I think grenade skills are becoming an incredibly important tool for every single team to have.
Yeah, and again, want to shout out here this last little push by Drake. Just able to pick up multiple points and then getting third-partied out. Like, there's no shame in that. But able to shove his way on in from I think 6th place all the way up to 3rd in a proactive nature. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, no, a lot of really cool individual hero plays that have come out, I think, so far. And that's really what players not afraid to go for snipes. Players not afraid to take, solid 1v1, show off their gun skill, because that's really what this is all about. It's allowing players to show off how they're doing. And I agree, Cameron, for sure. I feel like looking back in the last year and a half of competitive PUBG Mobile, throwables, nades were always important, but I feel like last PMPL into PMWL, players were especially starting to appreciate, wow, like there's a lot you can do if you can line up a juicy nade, and we've seen quite a few of them so far. I expect to see a lot more, but I am getting word that our leaderboard is updated and ready to go. Atan Esports still able to put up 15 points that game. They have, okay, but obviously not quite as stacked, but still, it's impressive.
Yeah. Point sponge, point sink, whatever you want to call it. It might not be 40 points. That's an unreasonable expectation 2 games in a row, but this is still over 25 points a game on average. That's over a win's worth placement point. Even if they were to slow down now, they'd put themselves in a really good beginning.
Yeah, and again, shout out to the thrifty soccer moms. They didn't win either one of these games, but the only 2 teams in front of them are the 2 teams that got chicken dinners. Snake able to bounce on up after being blessed with a circle and doing what they could to make sure they closed on out. I mean, you look a little bit further down that scoreboard and you see 4 hustlers. They were blessed with a circle, weren't able to get that chicken dinner in game number 1. In game 2, they had a little bit rougher of a go. They dropped down the leaderboards just a bit. So shout out to Russell, Slump, and the boys leading the way there. We did see think it was Irish whiff a couple of those M24 shots. Come on, Irish. You can land those. But either way, that's doing pretty good. And again, eyes on Supernova. Come on, Iron Sight. Everyone's waiting for the energy. You got to unleash the energy here if you want to start climbing up the ladder. They've had a couple of tough rotations early on in the game, and they haven't been able to recover.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot more to see from this team. I think rotations, again, they've had a little bit of luck not necessarily go their way, but we'll see what happens because not a whole lot of luck to be found on Sanhok. It's all about the gun skill. It's all about what you can make happen in the moment. I'm getting word the players are almost ready to go, which means we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, game number 3, back in a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. We're back with more PUBG mobile action, getting into game number 3 and group number 2 certainly are delivering. I'm in Verum, joined by Degon and Cameron Davis. And Degon, we were expecting, big things here for Season 6, and I think the players have definitely stepped up.
Yeah, we definitely were. and we've seen the growth overall of the player base, but I'm trying to think, has there ever been a group like this before where I'm like, wow, like all these teams are playing smart PUBG, you know, like picking the right times to fight. Of course, you could always throw a wrench in the plans when it's Sanhok. We love Sanhok here in the Mobile Open. If you're new here, Sanhok is the map that we pushed forward in competitive play, and players hated it, and then it became part of the rotation for pro play, and now all North America and the America's region is just way more prepared than other other regions for Sanhok. And so I'd like to claim that's our little bit that we helped to forward the region.
We'll take credit for that. And to sort of echo your point and set you up here, Cameron, I think part of the reason why we're seeing this play look so much cleaner is because there's just so much more PUBG Mobile esports going on. Whether they be the PMCO, the PMPL, the PMWL, there's just so much more content for you to consume both locally and globally, to watch, look at rotations, learn from VODs and replays. So Cameron, obviously for you as like an analyst and that kind of stuff, how important is it for these teams to be going back and watching those VODs?
You do want to watch. Film study is one of the most important things that newer squads and just newer competitors don't really pick up, and that's... I don't know how big of a deal stuff like analysts and coaches are in mobile just yet, but in just any sort of realm of competition, having an assistant like that really helps in that aspect. But nothing will matter if you do not know how to actually implement it into your own game. They don't have the luxury that we do. We can just sit back and watch tons of content and not have to actually do it ourselves. But they need to, these players, these competitors, they can't just watch a VOD before a match and say, yeah, let's do this without any practice. It's not going to work out that way.
Well, hopefully they've watched... I'm actually just surprised that no one hot dropped on each other here in Sanhok. The closest thing we got was Singa and Old School Gamers were just basically, or Old School Gaming were basically right next to each other, but Singa was able to get the backup from the rest of the Hustlers and get himself out to safety. And so no aggression here. All 64 players able to connect and log on in. No dropped players. And on this, everyone spread out nicely. Paradise Resort only had one person in there. Boot Camp had Noble and 4 Hustlers, but until the Hustlers had to leave to help out Singa. And it was just a nice open spread. And I'm just not used to this.
Part of it has to do with the fact that Sanhok has more strong loot locations. There are, of course, the ones that are more preferred and less preferred. But when you bring Miramar is in direct contrast to it, where if you're not on Miramar in one of the top level positions, you need to be super organized on where you're going to be split dropping, vulture dropping. It's just due to the nature of the size of the map. Here, you can get away a lot more successfully with a lot less preparation and organization with these sort of outskirt drops. I do agree. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more immediate drops. But I don't think I would have expected quite as many as we saw in Miramar either way.
Sure. Yeah, that was just, maybe that's what it is. Miramar set up expectations that I just aren't realistic. And there it is. We got a Supernova sighting. Finally, Supernova getting on the board on the correct side here early on, as Singa, the one that was caught between Old School Gaming, now gets shot across the islands. I think it was the northwest island to the southwest island, forced to crawl away. And there doesn't seem like the Hustlers are in a hurry to hustle and pick on up Singa. So Supernova need to be careful. If they get a little bloodthirsty, they could get encroached upon by Old School Gamers.
The reason why Savage is taking their time making that cross to go pick up the teammates because of how wide of a cross is, and one gets knocked. They could get knocked as well, but it actually is going to be a fight between multiple squads here around the rivers, and Savage is looking for an opportunity to perhaps take advantage of it. Syria got taken down. Is that outside or inside that barn? Doesn't matter because Jiro's going big, trying to save their teammate.
What a play there. It does look like they will send it on over. Gorda able to get across, and that is a couple of members now already out. Kato knocked out of the game already so early on. And Old School Gamers sticking together and able to get the revive up onto Saria. Saria was left by herself, and now will continue to loot up in that warehouse area.
So I think that we actually saw a steal on that kill there. Yeah, King is going to be able to get this down, but I'm pretty sure Guerra actually got the down, and then we actually saw the snipe coming in on that. So that's actually a little nice little thing there to notice, of course, because you can. Oh my goodness! What? Not with that gun. What? You're not supposed, Cameron. He's not supposed to do it with that gun.
With the Vector. Wow. What? I mean, you have to land a lot of bullets at that range, and SMGs are good.
Oh my God.
That the accuracy is it's pretty straightforward, even compared to the AR, but still dealing with the bullet drop at that range, be able to track with that amount of consistency. Try to go for more, but a little bit of overextension because Russell is now coming in. Okay, I know this is Sanhok, but I don't think I expected the fighting to pop off even this early between this many teams.
Yeah, and now it's right on the other side of where all this fighting is happening on the main island. It's Snake and Noble that have ran on into each other. So we've got thrifty soccer moms encroaching onto old school gamers. You got 4 hustlers in the middle of all of it, and then Snake and Noble fighting on the opposite side, and Supernova had to leave and lick their wounds. That includes the energy. It's small energy because Iron Sight's already gone down as well. Supernova down 2 members. This is all right. Yes, you didn't hot drop us, but I love this start already.
Oh man. Now it's Snake. They had a good position in the previous game. In fact, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think they even won the previous game, even though they didn't have to go super big throughout the entire.
They got a lot of.
They got a lot of points off of it. Yeah, exactly. But here they're actually trying to go for fights earlier on, and once again take central position. This center spot is going to be contested a lot more, though, just by the nature of it being Sanhok and the shift that stays neutral, and by neutral I mean neutrally bad because of the rivers, and you still don't know which island it is going to end on.
Yep, but there it is. Russell getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And old school gamers, with a great start here, have just fended off multiple different attackers and are holding on. So Russell, who got that early knock onto old school gaming, end up getting punished. And now it's thrifty soccer moms have to be even thriftier. Instead of with 4 moms, now they're down to 3 moms with Russell getting knocked out pretty early.
Oh.
All the while, the circle is basically centered up. And we might not be done yet with the action because you can see 4 hustlers taking a peek here as Ruichi is across the map. He is by himself with 2 members of Snake right in his face. And if we follow along the line just a little bit further north where it's thrifty soccer moms, all that fighting was happening. Now last one, who were the first ones out, are starting to encroach onto the soccer moms. And then north of them, you got the big bad bullies of the lobby at Tom Esports holding the bridge near Hatin. So again, I love this. I love this tension of the map where it feels like it's all about to explode very, very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've already seen teams scuffling back and forth. I mean, we've already seen 6 kills in the lobby thus far, and it's not just been from one team. It has been back and forth, 3rd, 4th, 5th parties, and players are now starting to get to the point where as the circle closes in, they're going to be, and if they're not together with their teams, we could see teams start to get split off a little bit. We've seen this a decent amount getting caught out in rotation. You've got to go one way on top of a hill, your teammates got to go the other. And Degon, on a map like Sanhok, if you don't trust your gun skill, trust yourself to take the 1v1, that's when things start to get disastrous because you need to be confident on this map. This is really one of those ones where confidence pays off.
Yeah, confidence pays off, and just being on the same page. Like, if it's time to full send, you better send because you better execute. If you're the anchor, then you better be scanning and looking, not just hiding, because you need to get the points that you can get. If you decide this is the time to go, then just full send on your idea. Like, that is a big one. Hesitation here kills.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, is there's this common saying in esports where it's better to do the wrong play as 4 as a whole team than the right play as just 1 or 2. And it extends beyond solo queue because, you know, we have this vision, this perception of these teams and these players that they're like always agreeing, always on the same page, you know, all that kind of stuff. No, there are arguments. There are fights in game about what the right call is sometimes with these players, especially with some of these up and coming squads, but even in things like the Pro League. I mean, we see teams not being 100% sure what the right call is. So trusting your IGL in that moment, even if it's not necessarily the most optimum play, if you do it together, if you do it as a squad, there's a good chance you can make it work.
I'm going to push back on that saying just a little bit. I think it's following a suboptimal plan as 4 is much better than following the number one optimal plan. Still following a bad plan, like, still is bad.
Sure.
Like, that's what we should be striving for as the circle has shifted north. And again, all river control, all 3 islands still in play. You know, we had a couple of really good circles earlier on, led to some shifting. Miramar started centering up a little bit. I guess this one has center up, but this is not the kind of centering up you want if you're any of these teams that are on the outskirts. So that's Fear, that's V2, that's 303. It's not comfortable. In the meantime, Snake now have slowly been dwindled down to just 2 members. It was Teo, again, our director of the show. Teo was able to pick up a couple of points there for Thunder. Thunder have been in good position. They made the right rotations. However, I would say they haven't been able to score as many kill points as they wanted. And so good that Thunder, through Teo's shots earlier on, were able to pick up a couple kills, or pick up a kill onto Snake.
For sure. I mean, being able to take down the team that was coming off of that win in the last one, try to shut down that momentum a little bit, is so important, Cameron, because of course, if you're coming off of a chicken dinner, you're probably feeling pretty hot, but as we center up around the Delta now, oh boy, we're going to see a lot of action break out, and this is kind of what we were expecting.
Yeah, and look at this. Last one is starting to take it to him.
Just these shots across the river, still these fights that aren't even fights for control, fights for positioning, they are fights for survival. Moon here trying to spot.
Wow.
Just imagine that this cross is so difficult for them. I wish Atten did stay on the edge this deep into the game, but when there's a circle that has this many unknowns on where the game is going to carry on out through, I don't want to blame them too much, but Moon and the rest of last one are really going to make sure that they feel the pain from it.
Is this the play? Like, are you forced to rotate all the way around and head on over to like boot camp if you're Atan right here? Because it feels very difficult to cross this bridge. And last one showed they were looking that way as well.
They're gonna have to fight through it. We've seen them fight through arguably worse before. We will say. Game 1 was. We'll see if that was a fluke or not. They could repeat it again here. Unfortunately, they've already lost 1 member, and their meds running in from the blue don't look great. Only 1 first aid kit on the member we were just watching there. But alternatively, Strangers here, they seem to have a really good spot. They are a nice spread, nice little bit of area of control, and that is not the easiest thing to come by on Sanhok. Getting some shots, trying to find their information. Oh, good squad. Trying to push in onto iGod. Cassidy, she's looking around, making sure that no one else is backfilling behind them because they did just cross the water and their back is now open. But we know that they're safe. They're getting comfortable that they're safe. And it's about finding this opening pick.
Yeah, iGod looking, the members of Invisible Gods looking straight at them, specifically Mahadev. Mahadev is, he's got an eye out that Cassidy might be in that area. And, circle popping. Can't wait to pull that one up in just a second because it's disgusting.
Atten Esports, I apologize for ever questioning why you were still in that hard edge position at that time. They knew something that we didn't. The circle was going to hard shift in one direction or another at some point to get away from the water. And it's going to be on the east side. Bootcamp completely empty. Noble and Atten Esports, priority on getting in there. Everyone else, good luck. That's all I got to say. Good luck.
Yeah, this is good luck, and right now, Fear is going to need a lot of it because Fear is in the middle of a fight with Strangers. Now they're getting shot from the side. Here comes Invincible Gods that rotated out of the fight that we saw earlier with Goon Squad, and now Fear, we've seen them survive, but how are they going to do in the middle of this fighting frenzy? And it feels like the answer is not well, as Jason B is left alive as the last member. Needs to get some revives on up next to Yui Cool. Yui trying his best to hang on up, but oh, looks like someone's showing a little bit of ankle, too much ankle there. And now Strangers trying to capitalize on these points. If you get stuck here too long, though, the zone will rotate on in. You also have version 2 esports and Boosted fighting right next to these guys. And this is just a big cluster. At what point will Strangers decide, hey, it's time to go, or Invincible Gods, because this circle will be rotating on in, is rotating on in right now.
And you can just tell Fear. Ooh, good grenade from Strangers to finish that off. I liked the weight of the revive because of all the angles that they had to cover from, but perhaps waited too long. Not just the blue, as well as the grenades. And yep, the blue has overtaken a number of these different teams, Invincible Gods and Strangers, neither of which have been able to properly move out. Okay, what a cover. Watching the back.
Yeah, watching the back was Strangers able to drop Saber, and Saber goes down, not quite OP. Also, a lot of trouble for Goon Squad. Remember, they ran away from Invincible Gods to the opposite side of the map. It looks like Supernova 303 were able to gang up on them. And then Old School Gamers still holding that same spot were able to finish off the rest of Goon Squad. So Goon Squad, only one member left alive. It was Jordy. I think it was Syria able to land some shots, and she was able to pick up one extra point on the Goon Squad. So Old School Gamers looking nice and pretty on the western side of this circle, and Supernova, who went down 2 members early, still able to rotate themselves across. And Jordan, you can see how difficult this is going to be. Jordan just trying to land shots and find anything, but I don't think there's enough there. It does have 4 first aid kits, and we'll have to buy a little bit more time. Now we take a look over towards the bridge across on the southern side. Ruichi and the rest of 4 Hustlers just kind of being the bridge camping trolls underneath the bridge. It's the 3 members of 4 Hustlers all underneath, and now they're starting to get shot back at. Strangers have found them. Batman trying to cross on top of the bridge. Now has to fight other members over. It's Snake, and yes, they're able to get across and kill the ones underneath. What a play there by Strangers on 2 different fronts in the same side, as Blink is not going to make it, but what a big fight.
Yeah. Really good pickup there. It's not the healthiest cross, but in a situation like this game that we're looking at now, that's I think the best that you can ask for. We do see a number of teams, more than just Noble and AT7, make their way into boot camp. It's Soccer Moms, the next one up. But Yaden still jumping around, almost like they didn't expect anyone else to be here. That could have been exploited by a different squad, but alas.
Oh. Yeah, just a little bit of a lazy cross there by Doc, and it's Soccer Moms loses one of their members. Thunder, they have 4 members inside. They're looking pretty inside boot camp as we see Wick get finished off. And so unlucky there for Wick. Syria still alive, trying to cross here. iGods, Rudra is gatekeeping now all the swimmers. Any swimmers here? It feels like this is going to be very difficult for Old School Gamers, and at some point, Rudra is going to have to get inside as well, but there's an opportunity. Castillo trying to land the shots, and Castillo not able to get him. And Rudra stays alive. Syria still trying to swim on in. You can see just quickly get the land, and then you can land some shots on a Rudra, because Rudra is leaving his back wide on open. Unfortunately, Moon, for last one, decided, hey, I'm not going to make it, so I need to land my shots as well. There goes all the members of Old School Gamers. Last one stay alive.
Man, Rudra out here like, are you swimming, son? And then that's just the end of it. Oh my goodness. The blue is so punishing on Sanhok. We see this time and again. If you don't rotate early, you are going to get punished. But it's so hard to make these clean rotations when you have so many different teams to worry about to be shot at. These crosses are just so deadly. And the last one, I'm not sure if it's Pain or Peh. Doesn't matter now. Anyway, back to you, Degon.
Yep, Pain, the last one alive there for last one, gets taken out, but still good push there by last one to make sure that they had at least a little bit going on. We take a look at the circle here. You can see it on your mini map. It is not very good for the teams that sent it to boot camp. If you're on that eastern or the western side of boot camp, got one of those buildings, you can hold that for a little bit. But you saw Payne there from last one trying his best to get himself on in, wasn't quite able to. Right now, Batman for Strangers. They've got themselves, I believe, 9 kills or something like that. Looking pretty good. Batman just healing on up, deciding to stay alive, gets another placement point. As now the fight inside boot camp. This is what you wish for if you're a deathmatch player. Irish getting taken out from close range. So looks like it's only one member left alive here for the soccer moms. It's Slump, and Slump will be on hiding duties as that vest not looking too good and only with 1 first aid left.
Yeah, not ideal for sure. We're seeing Strangers getting roughed up as well by the zone. Noble is trying to push their way on in. They're sitting on the outside here. They want as much as possible for these teams that are already down there in the center, like Aton Esports, to fight each other, but they've got eyes on Noble. You can see Rojas up on the high ground. Raiden's going into the other side. Oh my goodness! That execution from Aton Esports. Degon, there was not a moment of hesitation. They just executed them. They did not want a team at their back.
No, they definitely did not, and just so smooth, so smooth. Great on Jordan to live as long as they did, and Jordan hangs on a little bit there for, I believe it's Goon Squad. So Goon Squad going all the way up to 4th, but now you got 3 teams left here.
Oh.
Got Aton Esports, Teo going down for Thunder, and and then you got Soccer Bombs in Slump. So it's a 3v3 with 1 lurker hanging around here, and this is Thunder's time. Again, I was saying earlier, it feels like they put themselves in these good positions and then haven't been able to capitalize. And now they're inside the zone, but they got to start going. And an early peek here, and you can see Yaden unstoppable here. 9 kills for Aton Esports. And the hiding strategy of Slump might pay off to another 2nd place finish. No! Yaden catches out Slump. And so Thunder will be hiding themselves into a 2nd place finish, and it's another chicken dinner here for Aton Esports. You can see Joshua hiding outside, but this game was highlighted by early fights, and Aton Esports, again, with the great rotation away from the bridge, back into the boot camp, leads in, and Yaden is not done. Yaden's going to look for it. He's going to search for it. Goes down to the zone. Joshua might be able to find some points, as I think Choco and the rest are like a little confused. I don't know if they know. Yeah, okay, never mind. He fell on top of him. The information has been passed. And Yaden died to the zone because Joshua had to heal on up. And I don't know if Joshua knows this is the last member. That should be key. You had someone die on top of you. That should let you know, hey, this is a team that didn't need that extra person. But Tashua's going to keep healing on up.
Go, Choco!
Do it. Give it to him.
Do it, Choco!
Yes!
Do it, Choco!
No! What an ending here by Aton Esports. A total of 11 kills for Aton Esports, but Thunder getting themselves 2nd place. And it's Thrifty Soccer Moms finding themselves on the top end of the leaderboard yet again with 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, that was just... There's no accident that Aton Esports was there at the end, and I loved this duo play we saw. This Yaden going in with the SMG, not being afraid, because Rojas, as sort of playing that high ground Overwatch position, just sitting there on the overlook being like, I got your back. And this duo running together felt so clean. Choco was on the outside playing intel and the support, and it just felt really good for them. That calculated retreat, we were questioning it a little bit at the time, but when the circle shift, and again, keep in mind, we'll talk about this more afterwards, but when the circle shifts like that, they look like gods. If it shifts the other way, then that's a whole different game. But still, what a game it was. So many teams showing up in a big way. So many times somebody's getting shot in the back, and I think that's an easy kill. They turn around on the 180 and blast them. Really, really happy to see it. But you know what, guys? You go take a break. We're gonna get to some analysis after this one, but I certainly need a cup of water or something. My goodness, because that was a ton of action. The rumble in the jungle certainly heating up here. And if you want to make sure that you never miss out on this action, because why would you? Let's be honest. !social in that chat right there. Give us a follow over on our brand new Twitter account at ESL Mobile. Make sure you're staying up to date with all the great things we're doing here for the Mobile Open, and do the same thing over on Instagram. Catch some more behind the scenes style content. And of course, if you guys want free stuff, It's kind of a given. You want free stuff. Join the giveaway. Come on. It's totally free. You just go over a little easy peasy Gleam campaign. You get some free entries and you can win $200 worth of in-game currency. I believe it's like 16K UC or something like that. It's something in that realm. Definitely be sure to go check that out. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down game number 3. We'll set up game number 4. The action is nonstop, so don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul Inverum Todd Kill. Today has been, wow. Every single game has been explosive from start to finish. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch, and I cannot wait to see what these last two games have in store for us. Before we get back to the action, I have to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. None of this action we saw today all season long or for the past 6 seasons would have been possible without their ongoing support. So thank you so much to AT&T for making this a reality and helping to grow and support and nourish the grassroots of mobile esports. Because when we look up towards the top tier echelon of pro play in games like PUBG Mobile, a lot of those players started right here. And judging by some of the games we've seen so far, I have a funny feeling we're already taking a look at some of tomorrow's stars. So thank you so much to AT&T for supporting us here. I have to welcome my co-commentators back, though. It's Degon, it's Cameron Davis, and oh my goodness, lads, Sanhok was... Degon, it was Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, it was Sanhok in a different way. We were so used to seeing teams fight immediately in Circle 1, and we had a very long lull where almost every team landed in a spot away from everybody else. That was unusual for Sanhok, and in this group specifically, because we just saw in Miramar where there's way more space. We had 3 different groups of teams hot dropping in the same area next to each other. So that was, to me, that was pretty hilarious to see. But then once the action got kicked off, we saw Old School Gamers, 4 Hustlers, we saw Goon Squad, we saw Invincible Gods, we saw the team that I was most impressed with, Strangers, really make a push across the map.
Yeah, this is definitely the second game they've looked really solid on, but a lot of these teams really stepping up. And Cameron, as we take a look back from the replays from that last game, like Degon said, the pacing of this one was interesting. Definitely facilitated a lot of fun fights, though.
Yeah, I just want a game for Group 2 that doesn't push the macro of these teams to the limits, though. Because when the circle stays on the triangle of the rivers all grouping together in this single point, and you never know which side is going to end on, it just... Can we have an easy game, please? These teams don't know how to treat these games.
Yeah. Man, like, look at this. Rudra, I think, did a fantastic job for Invincible Gods, buying a ton of points here. But right now, the story of the day, and it really got solidified on this map, is Atan Esports. They're atop of the leaderboards. You can see how confident they are. Chaco, same person that got those 10 kills earlier, trying to finish it off by driving into the blue. Wasn't quite able to get there in time, but Atan Esports has been impressive from top to bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And
I don't think... I think it's now at the point where it's like, this isn't a fluke. Their rotations have been good. Their gunplay is good. They're not just sneaking in with 1 or 2 kills. They're doing one with 11 or 20 in these situations. 20. Or 20. So let's take a look back at our leaderboards now. And I am... Okay, so they are matching, I believe, exactly the first place team from group number 1, but they've done it in 3 games. Cameron, this is silly.
Yeah, they have over twice the points of second place right now. It is looking really good for them, which means that it is looking really tough for any of the teams in the midsection that would have, that were hoping for maybe not first place, but at least an easy path into the top 6 team. We're 3 out of 8. We're not even halfway done, so things could still change.
Yeah, and remember the cutoff point right now is was it 19? Is it 19 esports?
Yeah, 38. 19 esports with 38 points.
Yeah, 38 points. So 38 points is halfway here. And, if you're Goon Squad after 3, you're not feeling too bad. Same with Old School Gaming. Like, Old School Gaming got pushed really hard early on by Supernova. And just that Supernova squad still on the bottom. Boosted esports near the bottom. Just not used to seeing that from these squads that we've seen around for a little while. And, again, early skirmishes leading to to early deaths. And Boosted did a little bit of work there, but I want to look at a team like Strangers where it wasn't easy. Remember, they had that bridge cross where there were 3 teams on the bridge, and they had 1 solo member on the top of the bridge, but the 2 people that were hanging behind realized, hey, I'm not going to make it across the bridge. Our only way to gain points is to spend our resources on clearing the bridge for the person from distance and give the person on the bridge a 1v1 with the other team above the bridge. And they were able to do that. And that quick thinking was like, that was really good. I know that Strangers didn't end up getting like a ton of placement points, but I think they ended up with 7 or 8 kills and like a 6th place finish. And, dying right there in the bridge, like 4 Hustlers did. 4 Hustlers went out in 13th place. So, that's kind of the difference there. And that was such a very cool team play to see happen.
Yeah. And again, I think there's a couple things here. I think that the teams, the veteran Mobile Open veterans here, I don't think have necessarily gotten the most fair shake yet. Again, I think these, like you said, Cameron, there's been a lot of tough macro decisions to be answered here. But at the same time, the new squads that I didn't really know about coming into today are stepping up, are showing up. And that gives me so much hope because that's what this tournament's all about. It's about giving those teams, giving those players a platform to shine, to show off. And we're posting clips of you going off on Twitter. You know what I mean? That's how you're going to do it. That's how an org is going to take notice. So it's awesome to see these teams stepping up here. And I don't want to talk about it any longer. I just want to see more gameplay. I'm getting word the players are almost ready to go, which means game number 4 is right around the corner. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our next match, we'll see you soon.
is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm in Verum, joined by Degon and Cameron Davis, and game number 4 is underway. We're back on Erangel. And once again, Cameron, I know you're looking at this playing path, and I know you're thinking to yourself, not again. Not like this.
Yep. I asked this game, please can we have a game, at least the early game, that players have a bit of time and space to get their feet under them. But if this playing path is anything to go off of, it's even if it's a central circle, if any of these teams that want to go to the west side of the map, I don't know. We'll
you know
see.
what it is? People are going to drop all the way across to the west side of the map, and it's going to flop like
3 squads out together at the west side of the map.
You know?
Or that, yeah.
It's going to be centered on Lipovka. All right, guys? Predicting it right now. Everybody's going to go west, and it's going to be centered on Lipovka. Let's go. All right?
Look at this early. It looks like Snake and Old School Gaming are kind of on top of each other going across towards the west.
How are you fighting over Zarky?
I don't know. And then right now,
I mean, they're not,
like
but
Supernova, Goon Squad, and 4 Hustlers are all heading west to the northern part. So Shooting Range and Severny are also kind of in play here.
2 teams in Novo. A number of teams still stacked up middle in Rozak School.
Yeah, what
apartments.
is that, dude?
There's a number of teams there. In this circle, it's a little bit towards the west, so it's gonna make everyone move at least a little bit. But in a way, it balances it out. But with these hot drops, especially dead center, it's gonna make it complicated. And I just hope that these teams on the east side don't try to rotate through that area, because they're gonna show up. It's gonna be like that scene from Community. Where Donald Glover walks in with pizza and everything's on fire. I feel like if 303 come in just directly west or rotate in, it's going to be just like that.
Yeah.
The darkest timeline.
And you called it there, Paul. Novo currently ripped by Noble in last one. And last one, not afraid of fighting Moon with 4 kills in that last game. And Noble quietly put together a pretty solid day so far in the top half of the leaderboard right now. I was looking over at the Rozak drop when I was like, what's happening there? Like Syria, again, drops by themselves. And it looks like Xiao Di is going to run for it and get themselves out of there as well. But just these drops in clustered areas where people aren't dropping together is it's just risky. It's just really risky, I would say.
I don't want to say risky because it's more just inexperience with each other, and the rough playing paths just every single Erangel certainly don't help people learn where are other teams' plan A's and plan B's. But when that happens, you do want to be prepared for a hot drop like this. So it is kind of a good idea to at least pick a spot that you can somewhat start together and then fan out. I've even seen some teams previously have someone who pulls their parachute quite early, no matter how far they need to fly, to sort of be a scout in the sky and point out where everyone else seems to be dropping towards. That will slow down their own little rotation, but I don't know. Some teams have found that to be a worthy sacrifice, but Xiao Di, he's here by himself, stuck in the shack. Has a pickup, it looks like, from Forever. But if OSG hear this, which they might, this could be a free kill.
Yeah, it looks like shots coming in.
They're driving from Syria.
Oh no! Oh, they're going straight to the apartments where other teams are, and thankfully they're able to get on it. Oh no! Xiao Di was not. Jero is able to find it, and Xiao Di forced to hide in a corner. I think in that corner is safe, but this apartment setup was. This is what I was talking about. You're just so spread out. So Snake, again, our winners on Miramar, map number 2, gifted by the circle, but was able to capitalize on it. Now, messing up here in the early game. Maybe not messing up, but like just a little spread out in the early game. Sup Pig does have this wide angle from school, but Old School Gaming just really set up here on top of the other members of Snake.
Is Pig really making that cross on foot? Because they should know that Syria is just north of here. She's the one who sort of shepherded Snake into the quiet remaining squad members in school. But everyone is now just chilling, trying to get their bearings in, see who's going to make the mistake first. They're in the circle. They don't have to worry too much about the play zone just yet. but at some point someone's going to have to make a move. We've seen these standoffs not go anywhere, and it ends up being a catch-22 for both squads.
Yeah, I like this from Syria, getting a little more aggressive to push on up. Has decent knowledge about who landed in the area. They're highly sure, and they know that version 2 esports is in Razak because El Carrito had to take a vehicle and drive on over there. So it's like, hey, we know there's a team in Razak, so our west isn't safe, but we saw everyone else land. No one else is to our east, and let's go ahead and push and pressure to see if we can pick up a couple of points here.
Pig spots Syria. Syria even tried to drop her clothing in order to be more inconspicuous, and shots landed the second time, trying to secure that kill. So the advantage that OSG had has now been limited because Pig can make that open cross a lot more easily because the rest of the team in that apartment are going to be distracted by each other, use this building to break line of sight. Perfectly done. And now this is going to be the vice grip slowly squeezing on in on OSG.
Yep, the classic, we thought we had you, but they had us. Happens all the time, and now Castillo, I think, ready for action, and they know where he's at. Threw a nade on in, did SK, and so now Snake looking to force out Castillo from this room. Castillo using the TPP, and able to see just a little bit the smoke in the other room. Xiao Di peeking in and out, Forever sneaking around as well. So Castillo in a little bit of trouble here.
Pig, he's really going to be the defining factor in this engagement. He's got so much room to move around on the outside. He's having to drop a bunch of smokes to be safe about it because they're still figuring out exactly where everyone else is on the side of OSG, but it's his job right now to find all of the angles and make the opening for the rest of Snake to play off of, because Snake, they can't just run in. The defensive positioning from OSG inside the building and outside even by Guerra here could be dangerous, but this one could be a little bit of a trap set. If Guerra, if he looks in the right direction at the right time, could catch Pig pushing up unexpectedly, but Pig hops into the building, is going to get spotted, and he's going to try and use the rooftop, it seems, to find some more information.
I like that play. Taking a quick peek at the map. Not too much else happening quite yet. I would say Goon Squad pretty spread on out north of Razak, north of the river. They got 303 also in that area. Supernova rotating towards the Razak Bridge north of Razak. Irish kind of hovering around Georgia Pole, but it seems like everyone's good. Maybe a little bit of a fight here that could possibly break out around Pachinki.
Jump it.
Oh, and look at that there by Pig, able to get across. And actually,
Here's not going to move.
You can see it on the map. Atan Esports has now taken the area south of school and south of apartments. So if Pig's not ready, Pig might just get blasted from distance by Yaden. And we've seen that this Atan Esports squad not afraid of fighting and pushing their luck. And now Strangers also driving in the direction. Apartments were very, very good. It was vacant, and now maybe no vacancy very soon.
Pig tosses a grenade in. Trying to find Gorda, I believe. Gorda forced to move around when they recognized that Pig was playing Batman, playing Assassin's Creed up on the rooftops. And yeah, there is Gorda just trying to run rings, I think, around.
We just saw Boosted lose a member. It was just someone lurking around on the military base getting caught up, and now fighting, starting to break out. And yep, there it is. Castillo, he was stuck inside of the one floor in the apartment, and now we're down to just 2 members of Old School Gaming.
Clinical deletion, clinical removal of any and all enemies in this area by Snake. They're a little slow at it, but they're doing it without losing a single member, and now Gorda has to block the stairs. It's a smoke to make the push a little more complicated, but Snake really just need to throw bodies at it properly and don't give Gorda a chance to finish any knocks that he gets. And instead, he's going to pop out, could have taken the vehicle, would have been a little dangerous, but instead he's going to pop right back inside and continue to try and play the angles.
And here we go. There's one gunfight one with the hip fire, but not quite able to get the second one. There's another one down, so Jay, the last one alive, and They know where he's at. Jared, not too many places to go, so we'll keep an eye on what happens to Old School Gaming there in apartments in just a bit. Now, fought along with Thunder. Thunder driving on by, you can see with Teo and Tashua. But Boosted is on their back. And Boosted now taking north of Pachinki. And the circle just centering up still in the center of the map. Razak basically the center. And most teams have found some sort of a spot inside without too much fighting.
Well, excluding the teams in Razak. So I guess it's fortunate that phase 2 is still friendly towards that area. It's going to make this a lot more even. And okay, so we were worried with the plane path. We were worried a little bit with that first circle. But it seems that here is the game that these teams finally get on game number 4. That it's could be a little more standard, a little more expected. Unless you're OSG, of course. That's they're the team that really in a bad spot. In fact, the missed grenade is not going to make things any easier. A flash comes through. Don't see that often.
Yeah, well, Jared's able to land one, going for the second, has to reload, and yep, there it is. Great job there by Snake, and you touched on it, getting this done without losing any members. I like that there by Snake. Again, tough cross by Syria to start things off, but Sup Pig was holding school, held the angle, and able to turn that what could have been a very difficult start there for Snake into a fruitful one. 4 points, 4 early points for Snake.
Yeah, and remember, it was OSG that got that initial knock with the Syria Shepherd play, pushing them into apartments. And so the fact that they were able to turn that around, the inability for OSG, unfortunately, to utilize that to their full advantage and really keep the pressure on, slowly dissolved away from them. But it's not... Oh, okay. This is a different part of the map. This is all the way on Pachinki. Last one finds a long-range angle onto Boosted, knocks Frenzy down, and a little bit of damage as well to make that... I believe that was a knock. Bleed out. Pretty low. Smoke has to come out.
There it is. Vander from distance. It looks like they're going for the revive. Look at this. Ares is just trying to force it on in. Frenzy will get out. Oh, Frenzy goes back down. Oh, that's stressful. But they do buy the time. What a play there by Boosted to keep one of theirs still up.
For now, and Havo's trying to put some pressure back to keep last one from having this just oppressive control. And while that's being said, the circle swings up north. This river, everyone is going to have to cross it. And unless you're 4 hustlers, this is looking suspiciously like the first Erangel here. Maybe not as powerful of a spot, but they could, if they push down towards the south and take a center position, one of those compounds there, it could be very useful. But everyone else coming from the sides.
I mean, 4 hustlers looking like Wildcard Gaming, you know, coming in from the north every single time. I'm starting to sense a bit of a trend here, and I'm kind of digging it because they have complete control of this side of the circle. And once again, Degon, the south side of this circle is going to be chaos.
Yeah, yes, but I don't know how many teams are going to go directly in. All right, you have Soccer Moms here. Trying to go through the western side, but while Russell is again facing forward, try to get damage down and finish off exit lobby. You've got Invincible Gods also in that area north of Everest that might have to force their way on up. You can see Irish getting a knock and a kill, or is it Doc, or one of the members there for Soccer Moms getting a knock and a kill on Invincible Gods. And I feel like it's going to be a major traffic jam here on the Georgia Pool side of things, on the western side of these bridges, because one side, it's Thrifty Soccer Moms. On the opposite side, on the western side, it's Supernova, and Supernova finally getting help from the circle, hopefully being able to unleash their energy as Fear starting to get spread out, and Noble also looking to cross one of these 2 bridges.
There's multiple bridges to make your way across, but with 15 teams still in the lobby, that's still multiple choke points that we're going to see 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams all try and cross at once. AT being the brunt end of that. We like their rotation into Razak, but that northern shift is not being friendly to them either. And now it's Fear trying to take it to Noble. A little bit of damage to the smoke's going to allow Cool to push up and actually really try and take it close and personal and keep Noble from really breaking into this circle.
Yeah, Fear holding him off, and on that eastern side, you called it AT. It's a mess. Like there's two pink teams, but they're not on the same team together. Boosted and Thunder all crossed like at the same time, mixed up. Yeah, that was crazy. And now it looks like Choco trying to get some damage down, as well as Strangers trying to find a place to land. They run right into 303, so fighting there on that side as well. Invincible Gods decided to go all the way around through Georgia Pole and will not fight It's Soccer Moms, and it'll pay off big here. And look at that, they're gonna have so much space once the circle comes on in on the northern side. Now following along with Nunu. Nunu trying to find his way on in. They push him, they do find him as Russell sacrifices his body and Slump cleans it up. Nunu going outside to try and buy time, possibly allow his teammates to take some pot shots at the couple of members of It's Soccer Moms, but either way, Soccer Mom's able to get across, pick up initial knock there.
I love that crawl from Nunu. It's an angle that can be covered by the rest of his standing teammates. He's likely going to bleed out, but he's at least going to make Soccer Moms work for it, and they can't work for it for too long because the circle's going to go north a second time in a row. They're going to need to move. They might just want to let that one go, which could give Fear an opportunity to get the revive on Nunu. But Jason is actually going to get into his, well, maybe not fully in his vehicle. We'll see. But either way, everyone, it's the northern push. They're going to have to keep continuing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Boosted gets knocked out in 15th place all the way on the eastern side. It was a big cluster. And Strangers say thank you very much for those points. A ton, thank you for thinning them out. And we'll take all the points that we can get. You don't need any more points. Also, Thunder's Toshua stuck all the way out on the right side as well, having to just hang out. Has a tricycle, but also a long way to go, and the lone member for Thunder left up.
Squad's here in one of the few compounds left in the circle, and this one could be a quite dynamic one. This is a bit infamous, in my world at least, of being incredibly difficult to push if it remains in the center towards the late game. And so the fact that Goon Squad have control of it for now, it's a good sign for them. They don't have opportunities to get a lot of kills because that's being taken up by 4 Hustlers. Ruchi's down. She's going to have to be picked up here. Sing is going to go with the grenades, with the smokes, with the cover in order to allow that to happen, which could let Strangers get the revives of their own. But looking at the second split of Hustlers on the map, I'm waiting for them to properly push over and keep Strangers out of foothold, if not out of the entire game.
Yeah, this area, not too many buildings. So we got to see Goon Squad. We'll keep an eye on how they play that one. Also, Atan Esports has found a spot as well. The building is slightly in the zone. I think maybe like an 8th possibly in the zone, right outside the zone, maybe not. But a tough spot for them, a tough spot for all these teams to work their way on through, as Thunder does get knocked out in 14th place. The final member, Toshua, got caught by Snake, so Snake, multiple kills here, looking pretty good in terms of kill points.
Sun,
and the actions,
last one.
Yeah. Oh, man, the last one, the last Sun. Oh, my goodness. Just got to go. And Cameron, if you're at this point and there's this many teams left, obviously, players are going to look to do survival mode, but do you totally trigger discipline here, or do you, if there's an opportunity comes to backstab a squad, do you take it as an analyst and also personally?
I personally will take it because I'm insane. But for the actual analytical answer, it is 100%, you're going to hate this, contextual. If you think you can crawl further and get more placements and you have the meds for it, trigger discipline. If you feel that you're about to be discovered by one of multiple possible teams in the next couple of moments, try and get the point. It really is about just calculating the odds and what's the biggest probability of point gain.
Well,
but there it is, the Goon Squad compound. They struck gold with this one.
Yep. So Goon Squad, version 2 esports, and Soccer Moms finding their way on in. And Supernova, we just got to see Iron Sight on the kill feed there, picking up a kill, one of the first kills that this Supernova squad has had. They've had a tough day, and feels like they're in position now to at least tango and flirt with some position points here. As 303 starting to run into an issue because they got Strangers shooting them from behind, and right in front of them, the top team, it's Atan Esports, getting ready to push on into them as well.
Trying to retreat.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tricky one. I mean, Strangers have been looking so good so far. They've definitely got the work cut out for them here. The full send is not going to have a whole lot of luck, I don't think. Shots are coming their way. You can just hear the shots. The minimap is lighting up. They are going to be able to get their way into this next circle. That was quite a run. Degon, I'm so surprised they made it in. And now they're able to take shots themselves. Maniac's going to drop. That's 303 out.
Yeah,
and now in an instant. Wow.
It's tough. It was very, very tough for them. They were able to capitalize and take out lobby leaders Atan Esports in 11th place, but they go out in 10th place. They didn't have a lot of moves here. And so the patience of Strangers, again, showing off and paying off because they just waited. They realized, hey, look, we're in a 3-person fight. Let's slow it down, and then we can strike. They're able to do exactly that. And again, Supernova just slowly encroaching on in. You got Noble on the southern side. You got Forever for Snake just playing very patiently here, but they're very close to everybody. It's a big smoke bubble right now on the southern side of the map. I think iGod might be able to sneak on in. Mahadev, the only hope here for Invincible Gods on the northern, close like northwestern side. He just needs to sneak, make sure he doesn't get caught here by 4 hustlers.
Rockin' hard place. Look at the mini map, just barely. Well, then has this one big old tree in front of him. So this is actually not a bad spot to be in. Depending on where this next circle rotates, could be in a pretty decent spot here to try and survive a little bit longer. But honestly, Degon, to me, this is peak Erangel. This is when I think about final Erangel. Oh, never mind. Anyway, there's the Carnadian to the face. Yes, it feels like peak Erangel because, you know, long lines of sight, kind of minimal cover, trees, hills, rocks, and more of that. But oh my goodness, if you're Goon Squad, if you're the team right in the middle, like that's got to feel so good.
It's got to feel good, but remember, we saw 4 hustlers had the top of Everest. They had all the peaking angles. They had a lot there, and they got a decent amount, but they didn't win. They didn't get the chicken dinner here. So Goon Squad need to start making the most of their opportunity and taking these shots with that optimal cover and seeing if they're able to get some points here, because they're just sitting on 1 point right now, a 1 kill point right now, while all these teams that are out here forced to fight. Strangers currently sitting on 5 kills. We head on over. Noble has 2, but they've got multiple members still on up, and the fight about to break out over there. It's Thrifty Soccer Moms with 3 kills and position of almost all of the western side. It's about to get very, very hairy very quickly.
It is indeed. And we can see the shots going in. And this time it's Ironsight looking to go down, but actually, hang on a second. Forever, that was not it. Takes the shots, doesn't confirm them, and then gets confirmed himself. That is not ideal at all. If you're gonna make the call to shoot at the team rotating in, shoot until you're empty at that point. You just gotta go, because this is giving so many opportunities for players all on the outside of this circle, all on the outside of this hill to continue to push on in. And now Thrifty Soccer Moms are gonna look to go on up. Irish, the saving grace for this team, Degon.
Yeah, Irish again, just constantly being a beacon to allow the aggressive play from Russell and Slump to get on in. Slump does get knocked there, trying to figure out exactly where from. Yep, it's Supernova, so right in front of you is where those shots rang true from. But again, Noble doing a solid job just capitalizing here, going up against version 2 esports, but they have to be wary of Supernova to their side, as Supernova still working their way on in. They did lose Iron Sight, and so now it's 3. You got multiple teams with 3 here. 3 teams with 3 members up, and then you got 2 teams with 4 members up in version 2 and Goon Squad.
My goodness, Cameron, this is just getting down to which team. Oh, okay, or Great Nades. Great Nades help too. Great Nades help too. Okay, Thor. All right. I was gonna say, it comes down to which team can communicate the best here, make sense of the chaos. But when you're able to pull off nades like that, well, the chaos comes to you. What do you honestly think? Like, is assuming Goon Squad continues to get this compound, is it going to take one team shooting them, or do you think it's going to take multiple teams distracting them at once to create an opening?
You need to, but the chances of multiple teams being alive and only focusing on them is nigh impossible here, just because of the open area surrounding the compound. Luckily, the shift goes away from them. Now Goon Squad's going to have to put in work in order to leave this compound. V2 might not allow them to do so, but you can tell that they're still focused on Noble, and not even accurately so. Those grenades aren't really finding their mark, so V2 need to put a lot more effort into figuring out how they can control their space, because Goon are leaving the compound, they're pushing forward, and they have a ridge to play around.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, they're able to send it on in. Irish now buying a little bit more time and trying to figure out how to use these vehicles properly. I think the V2 member that was focusing on Goon Squad was Clav, and now these nades raining on in. Cassidy has already been knocked in the kill feed, and Russell also trying to pressure here onto Jordan. Jordan peeks out, and Russell getting hand caught in the cookie jar, cooking the nade. Jordan trying to get the finish here, gets behind a rock, and Russell goes down. No support there from the soccer moms.
It's all down to Irish now. The last one standing from the It's Thrifty Soccer Moms. Probably my favorite name of any team here in the tournament, being fully honest. And Irish is realizing, look, I've got a ghillie suit. That's a big pile of grass. Yes, that will do. As Jordan is continuing to push in now, going to look to try and finish off this team. Noticing from the knock, so there is more work still to be done. But version 2, with all 4 members still up alive, and Noble here as well. So a lot of these teams have done a fantastic job, D-Gun, of keeping themselves in it without going down too many members, which, given how chaotic and, well, not even chaotic, but how systematic these last few circle shifts have been, that's really impressive, because every single team has sort of been in play for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and for me, the team that hasn't been able to stay all up, but it's really important that they get as many points as they can, is Kato
again?
here. Kato's got to stay alive for Supernova, because Supernova needs as many points as they can. You've got Noble with 3 members up. You've got Irish still snaking around. And you can wait to see what Goon and version 2 do, as they are starting to go head-to-head, as Clav trying to get the shots down and straight on into it. Cassidy moves on in, Cloudy moves on in, and Shlava goes down. So Cloudy able to pick that one up right into Shlava. And so version 2, as soon as we said they had 4 members up, they did a great job surviving, get absolutely ran over by Goon Squad. And so Goon Squad were challenging him, like, hey, don't let this game pass you by. You only got 1 kill. Well, they've added themselves 8 more on top of it. 9 kills so far for Goon Squad, but here comes Noble. Thor able to land a couple of shots here, and the circle is not where both Noble and Goon Squad are fighting. It's where Slump and Kato are, and now Kato getting a little aggressive as well. Takate trying to find his way on in. Will Takate able to do so? Thor will heal on up for a little bit longer. Kato gets taken down, so Kato and the rest of Supernova go out in 4th place, and so Irish doing the soccer moms things that they've done all these games, just being quiet. And so Goon Squad with Noble now in their sights.
I have to recap that extermination of V2 here for a second. Claudia starts that off with an amazing nade to get the initial knock, then goes in with the buggy, gets the intel, sweeps it back, allows Cassidy to pull off a sick drop shot headshot, and then Claudia literally runs over the opposition vehicle rams for the finish, which sets them up in position, because now they have this high ground position. D-Gun, this is the pinnacle of this final circle, which means that as these teams and players are moving on in, they are going to be in a great position. Of course, Tekkit coming in, the sub player, and we're just going to ignore Irish being a thing, because oh my goodness, this is just this is a spanner in the works, D-Gon. Depending on how many downs these teams get back and forth. No, Cassidy's going to find it. That's actually huge, D-Gon.
Yeah, Cassidy does find it. Thor now goes down. Goon Squad looking pretty good. Krish still alive, hanging on as long as they can. And now, play zone taking out Cloudy. I think we're down to a 1v1 here. Cassidy making the big rotation. Krish trying to use Thor as a little bit of help. So difficult right now to figure out what the right play is. Both teams going for the revives first. Jordan next to get revived. Takate is now up and getting the revive onto Cloudy. And oh no, Noble will lose this one unless they start going very, very soon. The revives are up. Heals coming out for Noble as Krish crawls along the side here. But Jordan sniffing this one out, going for the wraparound. And just peeking early, and here they go. They're going to all peek on him. Krish goes down. Thor takes down 1. Thor takes down 2. Shot spraying on through. Hasn't quite landed yet. Jordan trying to get the finishing blow.
Distraction.
Oh, there's the distraction. Oh, Thor might be able to win this one. Cassidy goes around on the edge, and they are able to close it off. The Circle Gods bless the Goon Squad, and Goon Squad respond with the chicken dinner, but Noble did not make it easy.
Yeah.
I mean, Cassidy, that sick flank, Cameron, she just went off there. Oh my goodness. Helen from Halifax, my end of the world. I definitely do appreciate that. As Goon Squad secure themselves the chicken dinner here, but Cameron, it almost got away from them there at the end.
It did. Noble held it down, proning. They didn't have the high ground, but they were able to land the shots whenever Goon Squad peaked. And I think Cassidy could have been a little faster on her flank to get the control back in their favor. Was still able to secure it at the end, but it was really, really close. It ended up being a 1v1, and it was scary.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait till we see the scoreboard here because, again, Supernova needed those points huge. Snake was able to get away from the apartments fight very early on, finish all the way, I think it's 6th place with 6 kills. And then finally, Erangel and 4 Hustlers. They end with 4 kills, but a 5th place finish. And we needed to see a little bit more out of them that we didn't see in Miramar. But nice to see Supernova finally in this upper half of the bracket the way that we know that they can.
Yeah, again, just still some tougher questions to answer on this one, but I think more of a classic Erangel game. This is the kind of PUBG Mobile that I love to cast, that I love to watch, allowing individual players to really go off and showcase their skills. You guys, though, going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to head to a short one ourselves, but before we do, all of you at home, do me a favor, type !social in the chat, follow the link, and then just follow those accounts just over on Instagram and Twitter, because you want to stay up to date with everything we're doing here for the ESL Mobile Open. A lot of very cool stuff is coming down the pipe, and you definitely want to be amongst the first to know when all that is happening. Definitely want to keep an eye on that. And speaking of things that are happening right now, if you're over in, I don't know, say Europe or Middle East, North Africa, you can play in this, not this, but this. It is this, the ESL Mobile Open, but it's over in Europe, in Middle East, North Africa. If you're over there right now and you're watching this competition thinking, man, I've got a group of friends together, I wish I could do that. Or maybe you're playing one of our other games like Asphalt or Auto Chess, definitely check that out and get involved. !sign up EU in the chat. We'll give you a list of all those participating countries and tell you how you can get involved. We are going to head to that short break, though, but when we come back, I need to see the scoreboard. Game number 4 was intense. Game number 5 is going to be the same. So when we come back, those updates, getting into our 5th and final match.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Inverum. That's D-Gun. That's Cameron. And we've been very fortunate to cast quite a few really, really solid games here today. I mean, Cameron, like, this has been, I think, some of the best amateur PUBG Mobile I've had a chance to cast in a very long time.
Yeah, some of these games, I actually forget how amateur that they are, just because of how methodical a number of the different teams and just how successful a number of the different teams have been able to execute on their game plan. It's been really easy to watch. The plays they look standard, they look solid. There aren't as many head scratchers in the rotations as there could be some other times. So it's been a joy.
Oh, for sure. And D-Gun, as we take a look back at the clips from last game, I'm sure we're going to start off with that execution from Snake. Yes, there it is. They looked so clean in the early game.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, Syria, I would say there was the knock first, and then things didn't quite work out there. Spark was just camping on the other side of the bridge, trying to hang out for a little bit, and eventually got taken down. And then the old school gamers got taken down one apartment position at a time as Flashbang came out. Don't see that as often as commonly as we normally thought we would. And then Jera, the final member of Old School Gamers. So this was the start of a great game here by Snake. And then great shots here by Last One, but boosted. Able to make that aggressive revive to keep things going. Teo with the drive-by. And then Nunu with the smart play, able to take down Russell. Classic Russell, can't land shots in close range, but then able to get cleaned up from a macro perspective. And then Strangers just found ways to score points yet again and get decent positioning here. But this is where it got super fun, Cammy.
Yeah, and actually, I think Inverum's sort of description of how they removed V2 from the game was pretty apt. They were in the compound, had that high ground, weren't able to get into too many fights there, but then once the circle shifted away from them, they had all the information, they put it into their calculations, and they did not hesitate one bit pushing away from that compound, which is the big worry that I had for them, or really any other team that would have been in that situation with the circle shift away from them. They took that peninsula, the plateau, the ridgeline overlooking everyone, and immediately tried to establish control. And even though the final few seconds got a little hairy for them, they still were able to utilize the tools given to them, not just in their own backpacks and utility, but also with the circle to make sure that they win the game.
Yeah, and I definitely want to follow up there because there was a couple things that really impressed me. First and foremost, when Goon Squad lost that compound, there was zero hesitation to get out of there. Instantly in the vehicles, instantly moving on to the next thing. We see some groups kind of get attached, especially they've been in one position for so long, and they had been. None of that. Immediately looking forward. And the other player I have to shout out is actually Thor. Yeah, they didn't necessarily walk away with the win, but solo downing 4 players twice. Like, Clay getting caught out by the blue and having all 3 members of Goon Squad down and then having to chain revives, that could have been a very different finish there at the end. But still, got to give props to them. A little bit of bias for my Canadian squad. But definitely, they got to feel good about that chicken dinner after that one. But what's really cool about this, not only the fact that we're seeing great games and great competition today in PUBG Mobile, but the fact that, like, the Mobile Open itself, we're in full swing now with the playoffs in all of our games, like Auto Chess, Clash of Clans, and Asphalt. And we got a little chance, D-Gun, you're smiling because you know what's coming next. We got a chance to talk about Asphalt last week, show off some of our races, and we get to do it here again today. Some of our top racers from iOS and Android. This is actually coming from our iOS playoff. So, D-Gun, tell the folks at home a little bit more about Asphalt 9 if they're not familiar.
Yeah, Asphalt 9, straight up racing game here. You're able to do spins and utilize boost. So boost is one of the biggest parts about this game and drifting to get your boost meter up. You got multiple different types of boosts. You got blue, yellow, orange, or red, and then your super boost there. And so depending on which one you use at the right time is really an indication on how great and how fast you can go here. So right here, we're seeing just lots of major orange boosts, and orange boost is great if you go into a wall, because you're able to hit walls as long as it's not too hard, or in the air. When you use it in the air, you get some major pickup speed time, and you lose speed if the boosts are off while you're in the air. So one of those things you want to make sure that you're using it at the right time. And this whole race has been relatively flawless, just boosting all the way on through. And I love the fact that, again, it is built in within the app to qualify for the Mobile Open, as that one was a great start to our iOS series.
Oh, for sure. And Cameron, as we take a look at our top Android players, so that was Hemisphere over on iOS. We have formerly known as Elite Joe, now Baby Joe, our multiple-time ESL Mobile Open champion racing here. What's cool, Cameron, about this is, like, these are all time trials, but when you get down to the finish, you're playing up against a real person in a real match, like head-to-head. How different do you think mindset-wise are these players going to it, knowing, like, oh, well, now I have to deal with, like, another human being? Because obviously we're used to the competitive multiplayer side of this.
Yeah, because the whole initial qualification process is less of a racing game and more of a speed running. At least that's the way that I am considering it. You can try multiple times. You're just by yourself. It's the same static map time and time again. Once you throw a second person involved, once there's something else that you cannot, I guess, guarantee, the stakes get significantly higher.
Oh, for sure. Especially because the fact that you can run into each other, you can demo each other, you can crash into each other. It becomes much more chaotic, and the idea of clean racing and trying to control that becomes a huge factor in this. But it's so fantastic. I'm so glad we have access to this footage because we get to show off all these other amazing titles. And this is on a phone, fam. This is on a phone. I forget that every time I watch this game. It honestly reminds me of, like, watching PUBG Mobile 2, watching how fast the players flick and ADS and all that kind of stuff. I forget they're playing on phones because they move so smooth and move so well. So it's really cool to see just how far mobile gaming and mobile esports as a whole is climbing. So yeah, just really want to show that off. And if you're at home and you're like, I want a game that I can play in a couple minutes, definitely check out Asphalt Line Legends. I recommend it. But I'm getting word in my ears that our admins have tallied up some scores, which means we have an updated leaderboard, and it's not double, but it's close.
Yeah, it's the first time at Esports didn't have a good game. It was an all right game, and I think they'll be fine with that because they're still sitting at 90 points. But a good pickup from Goon Squad to go and tie Soccer Moms in second with 54.
Yeah, it's a big jump up here. And again, 49 is the number that is leading the way at halfway point for group number 1. And seems like that number is going to get shattered here by Snake and Strangers. For Hustlers, a little bit on the cusp there, trying to get over the hump. But the biggest mover and shaker, who said it beforehand, Supernova, getting those big important placement points. So my eye is on them. Like, how much ground can they make up? I don't think they're going to be able to hit that 49-point mark. And so, like, or 39, is it 39 or 49? I forgot.
39 for 19.
39 for 19 esports in Group 1. So still 17 points out, but these teams need to continue to push forward. And we're starting to see a slight separation here. A team like Thunder has been in good position, but they haven't been able to capitalize as much as they wanted to. We saw a little bit of life out of last one a couple of times in terms of gunfights. I think Moon had a big couple of games on Sanhok and on Miramar. We saw those fantastic shots from distance by Mander, but again, you need to score the points, and right now it seems like a lot of the kills are getting sucked up by Atan Esports, and Atan Esports wasn't even that far in that last Erangel map.
Yeah, and I'm going to sort of pass this to you, Cameron, before we head to a break, because I want to get the final thoughts on this. So while placement points are more important in our format, yes, what's happening is all the teams are playing more passively, I'll get the air quotes, in the early game, but that means that the late game is just incredibly chaotic when you have to fight regardless, when you have to find those shots. So I find it kind of ironic that while teams are working so hard to play more passive, it actually is resulting in them needing to test out their gun skills more in the late game.
That, I think, is more applicable to Group 1 because we are seeing more early game action here than previously. Teams are recognizing that the easiest time to take a 4v4, no risk of, or at least significantly lower risk of a third party or someone else spoiling it, is in the early game. And the biggest example of that most recently is going to be that Snake OCG engagement. It does slow down from there, but even if only 2 or 3 teams sort of thin the herd a little bit, it does give just that much more space for the rotations in the mid game for teams to get set up just a little bit more before the action pops off. Most of the fighting does happen in the late game, as it usually does, but compared to Group 1, it's not always necessarily just because the blue forces it to happen. I'm liking how teams are being more proactive with taking out the opponents, because it's placement. Kill points are a separate thing, but how do you think you get higher in placement? It's by other teams dying, and the easiest way to do that is just to kill them yourself.
Yeah, and that's exactly that idea of that proactive play coming into light. That's exactly what I'm thinking here. We're really seeing that a lot with these teams, but I'm getting word that we're almost ready for game number 5. Miramar going to finish things up hot. It certainly was hot last week. We're all thinking back to that party bus finish. We'll see if we see something similar here today as we get ready for game number 5 here in just a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Degon and Cameron Davis, and we're getting into our 5th and final match of the day. Group number 2 has certainly delivered when it comes to action, but there's some teams, Degon, that we're looking to step up here in game number 5.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at you and all the cousins as well for Iron Sight and the rest of Supernova. You're looking at Thunder. You're looking at Invincible Gods. Last one, the Goon Squad as well. They were able to jump on up because they were gifted the circle and took the win. But another team that was gifted the circle and hasn't had the same type of fortunes are for Hustlers. So these teams need to catch up to the teams that have been consistent throughout, and that's Thrifty Soccer Mons, that's Atan Esports, that's Noble Esports. So they need to start catching up. Strangers is the one that I think I would say the team that I knew the least about coming into it, and the one that I'm most impressed with the way that they've played, given the hands that they've been dealt. All the other teams have had circle help. It feels like Strangers have not, and they've had to make every single point that they've got.
Oh, everyone back up. Everyone okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good. There we go. Lean to the right, and it tips over. We're good to go. Okay, a little bit interesting. I do like to see that Goon is immediately out of the plane, and they're just trying to avoid any of this early game dropping that keeps happening for Hustlers. King with an M4 and a potential angle on a rotating last one player. I believe they're trying to make their way to Monte Nuevo, but if you're looking at the map, there's still a number of teams that maybe not as much as the first Miramar, but that Los Leones looks a little too busy for comfort.
Yeah, you got Supernova in there. You've got Boosted, as well as Atan Esports, and to the east of them you got what's that?
Good
Thunder.
shotgun shot there. That was really going to go for the kill there.
You know, maybe I take it back. Strangers, they're so impressive. The way that they've been playing is great. All right, I changed my mind. That was not so good. I also like how he got punished for it as well. So funny little moment there for them. And Strangers are a little spread out now, as what is that? Preto, I think, is closer to Fear. And so Strangers need to be careful not to lose one very early on.
So the first circle reveals itself, and this time the circle is the same cardinal directionally favored as the plane was. It's a little easier towards the northeast, the plane heavy northeast. The circle, I was asking what's wrong with El Azahar, what's wrong with Cruz Derval, why is everyone going towards center or even past that? The circle is going to ask the same question, which means that all these teams, last one, Fear, Strangers, that are trying to make their way hard away from the plane are going to now have to take their time to go to their location, then loot up, and then turn all the way around and make the trip back. And that's going to give even more of an advantage to the teams like Snake, to the teams like It's Thrifty Soccer Moms, and 303, who have the best position to find strong early game positions in the first phase.
Yeah, pretty crazy that how open that northeast is right there. Tierra Blanca, El Azahar, Campo Militar, Cruz de Valle, like all of these spots are unlooted, untouched, and no one is near it. Just kind of mind-boggling to me, like the team most into the circle is not even halfway to the diameter of the circle if you take a look over at Snake.
Yeah, and I will also say that this is, for some reason or another, this northeast part of the map is one that I think for some reason, I think I'm the least familiar with. So I'm trying to figure out where the best positions to take, even in the early game. And the best one I can come up with is the ridge north of water treatment plant to try and get a lot of information from, maybe around Junkyard. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that the area dead center doesn't have that much high ground to play around with. And if you go closer towards the north or closer towards the east side, it starts to continue to flatten out even more. So this might look a little bit like a not a map in circulation, but look like a Vacenti game where it's sort of playing for compounds in the early stages.
I mean, taking pick here doesn't feel like had any fights quite yet. With all the circle that is open, 303 and Snake are getting really close to each other over there by water treatment, as for Hustlers will pick up the first kill, and it's Old School Gamers losing Castillo this time, and that'll be our first elimination of the game. Castillo going to hit the showers pretty early.
Yeah, Old School Gamers not getting in an unfortunate early engagement 2020 challenge. That's really what this is all about. It feels like unfortunate early games aren't necessarily things that you can avoid maybe once, maybe twice. But the rate that it's been happening for old school gamers, they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what has been going wrong. How can they tighten up their early game plan, even if it's just their drop strategy, even if it's just their coordination on defending against these potential early game engagements, just trying to tighten that all up.
And I'm wondering here if a little bit of it might come back to them VOD reviewing on today, going to the last couple of games, because, you know, there's an opportunity there for them to go, okay, you know, where we're dropping, where the other folks dropping, coordinate and rally a little bit more around that. I'm wondering if a little bit is going to be able to be sort of ironed out in the post game, because obviously that's such a huge component of this is the research you do afterwards, and continuing to see, you know, 4 Hustlers just take shots downrange. This time it's at exit lobby, and Fear, I think, is going to be okay here, but I'm looking at the position of the circle. Oh, I was so wrong. Oh, I was so wrong, Savage. Okay, living up to the name, and exit lobby living up to his.
Yeah, we've been waiting to use that one.
It's been on my back pocket for quite a while since game
1,
actually.
literally game 1.
Exit lobby is like
yeah.
made impressive play after impressive play. We haven't been able to use it yet.
Yeah.
That play was not an impressive one. Why do you get shot like that? Get behind cover and then keep running out from behind the cover. That's a thonker there. Good shot from Savage though.
Yeah. I mean, you take the spin with a red dot? Come on.
Oh yeah, right. You definitely take
those.
that, but it was opportunity was definitely given on a silver platter.
Well, it was disrespect. He just didn't think he could hit the shot. That's a wide open range. Clearly,
Honestly,
exit lobby's
yeah.
like, you're not gonna hit me. You're not gonna hit me, bro. And it's like, I mean, okay, I guess. And then just whack him. Just whack him. Oh, that was definitely a little bit of disrespect. That's gonna bite you in the butt. Not at this level of play.
I imagine a DM that just says, "I."
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Just, yeah. Understood.
It feels like so this is definitely one of the slower games that we've had so far. I guess we could also throw in there the Sanhok game. I felt like the action started breaking out around this time, but with how much open space there is and how much rotation there's going to be with this early part of the game, I can see this one being like a zone 3 kind of explosion, zone 3, zone 4. Maybe not. Maybe Snake's going to force someone to run, and they're in the middle of nowhere now. Good shots at that. That's towards... old school gamers, poor old school gamers. I lose one early, try to drive away,
catch a break,
and just get shot by Snake some more.
Yeah, why not? Can you check if that tire was actually popped? It was hard to tell.
Ah, yes, the tire actually popped.
Oh God, yeah. Okay.
They
well,
had. I think they have one other one, or two other vehicles, so I think they're okay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's one pop tire. It's not the worst thing, but let's see what happens with this next circle shift, because surprisingly enough, a lot of teams were still coming in late, or I guess not unsurprisingly, considering how many of them went so far towards the southwest. And this is not that heavy of a shift, not to the north at least, but it does go towards the east, which is still pretty good for the soccer moms. But here we can see what that terrain south of Cruz Vaya is really going to look like. Who's going to be able to manage it the most? I still don't see a place that's going to be the primo #1 We the Best music spot in this phase.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're asking a lot here, Cameron, if I'm being honest.
When you just want to grab either a high ground area somewhere or just like section off a portion of El Azahar.
Yeah, but I don't know how easy that's going to be, especially when you have this many teams coming in from the same angles, being the south and the west. That's one thing that you don't talk about when it's a corner circle, is that not only does it mean people have to drive a lot further distance on average, but it also cuts off points of access. There are only 2 cardinal directions, really, to come in from, which is going to make those areas even harder. But when you're talking about those specific areas, El Azahar and then the high ground, that's what I mean by controllable areas. I feel like this is a little open, and I think it's going to be harder than a lot of other areas of Miramar to keep people from invading your space.
Gotcha. Well, good to see as the team's starting to center up here. Junkyard looking a little clunky, as well as 303 just saying, hey, everyone, just in case you didn't know, Hacienda Patron on the eastern side is ours. Please boosted, go away. Thank you very much. And they'll head on out and now have to find a place where they want to call home. But over by Junkyard, you got V2. And now you can see Invincible God starting to push their way on in. And behind them, you got Supernova. And then in front of all that action, you've got Boosted, you've got Soccer Bombs, you've got Aton Esports. It's getting pretty clustered there in the southern side, as you said, Cameron. Like just everyone knows everyone's coming from the south. So the further north you go, theoretically, the safer you might feel.
So V2 here, they're trying to take the Carver position out.
Oh.
A little bit on the southern side, but they're getting approached by Invincible Gods. There's a knock on the opposite side, but V2 can't properly push that. It's actually going to be Supernova with that knock, so Invincible Gods in a really rough position, caught between two squads, trying to use their grenades to open up on a V2 so they can run away from Supernova, but it's not happening. The damage is just continuously being delivered, and V2, they're just vibing while all this happens.
Yeah, V2 realizing they're safe. Lasers. There it is, you Supernova fans coming out for the Supernova squad. And finally, some early action going the way of Supernova. And now V2 feeling a little bit more safe. Invincible Gods down to one member. It's just Saber. And with the smoke on in there, V2 starting to push. Saber is trying his best to swing back and forth, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to continue to do this dance. Like, look at the purple just surrounding the lone yellow member.
It's in the smoke, but in a 1v4, the chances of that player finding a knock.
Oh.
Doesn't even matter. Wick spots it. True to name. One to the dome. And that's it. But Russell's now in a fight as well.
Oh,
one for
Syria.
one.
Hopping right on in, and Russell doing Russell things. Russell. As Syria picks that one up. She cleans one off there for the old school gamers, or old school gaming, but old school gaming now only down to 2 members.
Okay, that's a knock against V2.
Here we go.
They didn't respect Supernova's position, and now Supernova pushing under this. Perfect timing here, because Lava gets here just in time to start the revive, but I'm worried there's going to be an aggressive peek from Supernova. In fact, a sound cue is going to pull Lavia away. Grenades aren't finding the mark.
Yeah, a little bit off here. Swift in the back angle, trying to play cover here, but getting shot in the back by Irish. Doc and Irish, and now Doc and Irish are getting shot from somebody else as well. What? I didn't know we were playing Sanhok all of a sudden on Miramar as Ever Fury trying to land some shots onto the vehicle, running away, not quite able to. Oh, there's the other one. Will it? No! Yes, it is! Wick and Iron Sight landing the lasers, and these are the points that this team needed so badly.
Oh,
the team
boy.
shooting. The team shooting. Thank you. This is the squad we wanted to see. Supernova going out with a puff and not being that bright, shining light we know they can. Old school veterans here of North American PUBG Mobile. And for a second, V2 is given a gift, and it's like, giveth and taketh away. Oh, my.
Yeah, V2 still not out of the woods yet. Doc still firing away. Swift hiding behind the destroyed vehicle, and Carrito trying to find a way on in. El Carrito now might be finding his way to exit the
Doctor
lobby.
is
Shots
in.
landing right on through, and Doc has the prescription for El Carrito. Has to use the first aid kit here. Last and only one he had. Has 15 bandages. And that's going to be a little bit tough there as Slump gets knocked from distance. I believe that was Thunder coming on in. So that buys a little bit of time for Carrito. He has no idea. He has to continue to stay hidden. Unfortunately there for the thrifty soccer moms.
This circle shift, I'm going to touch on it real quick because I'm afraid Fright's going to break out, especially on the south side. I'm looking at you, Supernova, in fear. This shift ahead, there's a little bit of high ground to use. You can see this giant line essentially west of Cruz Evaya, but there's no real single point there. It's basically one big, giant, long ridge, but then there is Goon Squad with the high ground overlooking the church of Cruz Evaya. This might be a repeat of their previous game of just hanging out, playing tight, and then flushing out when the circle pulls away from them finally, if they can get the information. But the blue is pushing in already. There's still a bunch of teams that are trying to find their position, and everyone is shooting at each other because of how relatively open this area still is.
Yeah, and right next to each other, Strangers and for Hustlers, and this is a very interesting fight to me based off of the scoreboards here. A story of two teams going kind of in opposite directions there, because for Hustlers currently sitting you know, in a tough spot right now. I think they have 39 points, so they're in the cusp overall, but you'd expect them to have more, where Strangers 2 points ahead of them. And so these two teams battling it out for playoff position.
Yeah, this one is just, I mean, you said we thought we wandered into Sanhok, and I could not agree more, because there has been so much action. Looking at this next circle, it's going to continue to feel that way as all the teams are already congregating in. This is only circle 4, and we have seen so much action thus far. Teams not being afraid to take shots, to push, to finish these kills as they get them. And the shots from Thor already today have been so good. And this time, not connecting here on the Rojas. A little bit of a gift being given to the team all the way up there at the top of the leaderboards as they hang on for just a second longer. But Cameron, they're chasing them down.
You have to. You got to go for these points while you can, because we can all tell, us and the players, how precarious a position any of these holding patterns are going to be right now. So get the points and kills, because like Sanhok, you cannot guarantee placement as much as you can on a more traditional Erangel and Miramar round.
Yeah, and right now, Snake and Last One right in each other's faces in the northwestern part. And look at Snake just wide out in the open. One left alive, and Xiao Di trying to finish them off here. Moon hanging around the corner, 2 members down here, and will be able to pick up these finishes. Good points here for Snake, but now Mander is left alive. Xiao Di trying to land the shots onto Mander. They're going back and forth here. And it feels like Xiao Di is in a spot where he'll get the revive onto Yang, but what a bloody battle here. Mander going to reset. Not sure if you're going to find anything, and that's going to allow a revive here for Snake. So a bloody fight in the northwestern part, a straight up 4v4. Now only 3 members alive between the two teams.
Grenade lines up. Snake still with 4 kills, a 5th potentially on the docket for them. Really successful at fighting early. Maybe if they can tighten up their placement, be an even better team. But it's still a good foundation for them to build off of moving forward. And now, Goon Squad, 3 kills, lost 1, but still 3 up. And I think they're trying to triangulate the last member of Strangers coming in from the north side. And again, I'm going to repeat what we saw with Erangel. The circle pulled away from their position significantly earlier, but again, they immediately moved down, and it's a bit of a scrappy engagement for them. They are still not wasting time taking control where they can. That being said, they do still need to move into the circle, so the game is not over for them just yet.
Yeah, Prito is the last one alive there for Strangers. They got in there, were able to pick up 1 on Noel, but lost 1 member. As you can see, Singa here for Hustlers being a nuisance for 303 and Boosted. 303 and Boosted, very kind of cranky neighbors here, and Hustlers are like, hey, we want some of that real estate, some of those buildings that they have. Supernova's taking complete control of the southern side, but there's a road that they're going to have to cross. This circle's going to be huge. Where are we going, circle? And Supernova, it's Soccer Moms. Version 2 Esports El Carrito needs to work his way all the way across. Noble as well. They've got a long way to go, and Boosted with the M24 able to land a big sniper shot here.
Yeah, we're going to see those big guns continue to play a factor here. You can see a King going back and forth. Having the optics at this point in the game make a difference, but being able to hit your shots at point-blank range matter as well. Snake stay alive a little bit longer. That actually been huge there, because Shouty was not expecting that. You can see the positioning of him and Yang as well. They didn't double shoulder peek that same time, which means technically that 1v1 could have potentially been taken there. You're seeing 303 trying to line up the shots. We started the day off talking about 303. They're a veteran squad here in the Mobile Open, but they've been a little bit quiet. But it's not necessarily a bad thing per se, just because so many other up-and-coming squads have been so loud today. It's exciting to see what all of these different teams can do and bring to the table, because I said this before, Digon, and I truly mean it. This is some of the best amateur PUBG Mobile, I think, maybe ever, especially in North America.
Yeah, they've definitely surprised me today, and I don't think there's been any major blunders. It's just been, hey, look, we're in a position to take a fight. We're going to go. You could say there, maybe last one could have pushed there. Mander could have pushed there instead, holding and allowed Zhao Di and Yang to get back up and push 1v2. But now we're seeing this Snake squad in a little bit of trouble here. Goon squad rotating on in, or they are inside. They are gatekeeping that final member, Yang, outside of the zone. And it feels like they're going to be good. Oh, yeah. Supernova getting some business there in the south. They are taking on 4 Hustlers in the southern area and taking control. I thought they were going to have difficulty crossing the street, but apparently they're not. And that is 4 Hustlers getting deleted off the map based off of the kill feed right there.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova carrying the momentum from earlier on. Goon Squad taking this very slowly here. I think they're worried about getting shot from additional angles, which is why they haven't pushed this. I mean, they've allowed the full reset there from Snake. So that's actually a pretty big deal. That's, you know, obviously they're playing Gatekeeper here, so it's not too big of a deal. But if the circle does end up shifting in, like we're seeing, might be seeing here in a little bit, having this pressure at their back, I'm so glad they're trying to deal with this now. Smoke Tunnel is not going to be effective, as Yang is going to drop Shouty, the last one up and alive for this squad, and Goon Squad just not allowing them out. That's going to be the finish, the cleanup there, and now they can start looking forward. Cameron, that's a huge deal here for Goon Squad because that frees up all that space at their back, and now they can look inwards.
Yeah, and they actually stole that. They weren't originally in that position. They pulled in front of them. So again, the proactive maneuvers from Goon Squad specifically is netting up huge points, but the next circle is going to shift the opposite direction, away from the compound, towards where the teams are all still fighting each other for scraps, it feels like, of positioning, of control. But I want to point out, as Degon was alluding to, Supernova on the south. They made their way across because teams had a difficult time, I'm assuming, just focusing on them because everyone can spot everyone else. And now what can they do with this positioning? Now they've crossed the road, they have a few vehicles to work with, and the circle is not directly in their favor, but is something that they can play around with at the very least.
Yeah, and Noble, who we're seeing right now, we saw 7 kills for them, 10 kills. 10 kills for Supernova on the southern side. They've taken out multiple teams, and it feels like Noble's next on the plate. And I think the big question now is what position will Irish play here? We've seen how many times the soccer moms have been able to have one person stay alive and get position points. Right now, inside a small shed is Irish, just kind of hanging on as long as he can. As the fight between Noble and Supernova has begun. Ironside has been shot. Now Krish getting shot from across the map, has no idea where it's coming from, has to go into the belly position, down and prone, and will hide behind the vehicle. Oh, Syria with the laser across the map, taking down another member of Noble. And so Supernova has a little bit of breathing room, and now Tashua forced to heal on up, has 2 first aids. I don't know, will he be able to get this one off in time? Yes, he will. And now has to just kind of hang out for a little bit, hope for the best, because this northeastern area is just messy. Syria still there for OSG. Goon Squad as well, trying to clear that stuff out. Rio chucking nades on the southern side towards the rest of the Supernova members. That nade just exploded not too far off, and you got a bunch of vehicles here that could possibly lead to some collateral damage if landed correctly. But Noble now getting deleted from distance. It's Jera helping on out. One member still left alive. It's Drake still on up. Drake and Thor actually still on up, and now Riot God hanging on as long as he can. Good smoke to buy a little bit of time as OSG falling 1 member at a time. And yep, OSG on out in 6th place.
Yeah, I think that was huge there because that little moment of stabilization, as I say it, Cloudy takes some shots down range, gets both of those down underneath the car. I was going to say Supernova didn't go in and push them here. That was potentially the opportunity, but the shots from Goon Squad are not stopping either. This is a huge opportunity. This is 4 points out there right for the taking, and Cloudy wants to get them done. The shots from Goon Squad are not stopping, but this is the moment I was worried about here. Everfury and crew, they could push this. They've been keeping an eye on the kill feed, but they're afraid of pushing out themselves, that if they do, they're going to be under the same fire that took them down, because I look towards this next circle, and guess who's right in the middle of it?
Yeah, and with Supernova pushing on one side, is 303 now pushing Supernova. So, like, it's just been a big carousel around so far. as we still have multiple members still hanging on. Finally, the Soccer Moms lone member, Irish, gets taken out in 5th place. Good placement positions for them. I think he started hiding when there were 11 teams up. So 11th all the way to 5th. Pretty good bang for your buck there, as Thor's able to get one. Cloudy goes down. Wick goes down. Oh, it's just trades all over the place. Ironsight, the last one left alive here for Supernova. And no teams have been eliminated. Thor on the push takes down one. Kato hanging around the side. Ironside at some point needs to decide if he's peeking or hiding, as Krish able to pick that one up, but then Krish gets traded on out by Ironside. It's a straight up 1v1 here, while 303 now starting to push the Goon Squad on the opposite side. Now it's 2 members of Goon Squad up against 2 members of 303, with Tecate currently knocked.
I mean, this is an opportunity here to maybe try and push this in, but 303 being smart, playing this out a little bit slower, a little more passively. But Cassidy's maybe got a beat on this. She's priming it. She's cooking it. Not quite ready. They're not quite done. Yeah, put that one back in the oven. That's okay, because they are going to be able to get the revive here. And still, I mean, I'm looking at Thor. I don't think we've hyped this player up enough. The shots in that last game to keep his team in it, and the shots now to go toe-to-toe with basically every single member of Supernova, and he's gonna heal straight up here because he just collected all the first aids. So this is an opportunity for him to keep living through this. More placement points as Ironside goes for the shot, but he can't find them. The third party from Goon Squad, and that gives Maniac an opportunity to live, and that just justifies the decision of Noble to continue to heal on through. It's Maniac against the world. He's got to play like one now. The nades are here. The shots are there. Goon Squad is collapsing. Cassidy on one side with the flank. Cloudy up on top, and that's just gonna be it. Degon, the headshot once again. I didn't know these players before today, but boy, do I know them now.
Yeah, and Goon Squad back to back, and they had to work with this one. Thor making the decision to peel off of Ironsight there at the very end, or peel off of Everfury there at the very end, and Everfury saying, all right, forget it, time to bring the fight to somebody else. They go turns to 303, almost won both of them if Goon Squad didn't hop on in and save that final member of 303.
Cameron, 12 kills for Goon Squad.
Yeah.
Is that a back-to-back chicken dinner? That feels pretty good, because you don't see that too often regardless, and they did it in style. Having these 2 members together, having Cassidy off on the flank, playing their angles, not being afraid to get involved in those long-range gunfights, not being afraid to third party. A lot of teams, when they have that dip like they would at the late game, would just not really get involved. They played a lot more passive, but they didn't. And those 12 extra placement points are going to make a 32-point game. We've seen some bangers today, Cameron.
Yeah, it's been a really good second half of the series, at least for Goon Squad. Really impressing me with their consistent proactive play. And no matter where their position is, no matter what the game in front of them looks like, they are making sure that they are doing the work themselves. They're not waiting for other teams to sort of decide their fate for them, waiting for the circle to decide their fate for them. They're just putting in the work and constantly having the agency in their own ending, their own fate.
Yeah, this was a top-heavy. Yeah. This was definitely a top-heavy lobby with 12 kills for Goon Squad, 10 kills for Noble, and down in 4th place, 14 kills for Supernova. That's more than 30-something kills in just 3 teams. And then you got the ghost of simplicity living on through its Thrifty Soccer Moms, who finished in 5th place and 1 kill. That was their whole thing throughout their time together as Simplicity, which was, hey, these guys play pacifist, but they know how to get points and be consistent. Same thing again with Irish. I want to give the props out to him. Making the decision. It's like, all right, I'm done fighting. Time to take the only shack left on in here. Let's see what happens. Goes from 11th all the way to 5th place. And then 303 playing that one slow. But man, Goon Squad flushing out the members of Snake, then taking on fight after fight together as a unit to lead to the victory. Great job by Goon Squad.
Yeah, and Noble was in there as well towards the very end. I got to give them props. It's not a coincidence. We had the same top 1-2, 2 games in a row. Just nuts, Cameron.
Yeah, we're going to start off here with a reminder of some of the early action, but this is nothing close to what we were seeing in the end game, in the late game. But it's what I was saying about this part of the map, how, sure, it's not totally flat. It's not a big, giant ice rink, but there's always going to be someone who maybe has an angle onto you, and so we see these fights constantly throughout the mid game. I think from all the games today, and even of the Mobile Open so far, this game had the most consistent action throughout.
Yeah, it definitely did. I actually, except the beginning. I remember I called out, hey, beginning's a little slow, and then all of a sudden, like, all these teams started encroaching upon each other. This circle was hectic as heck, man. Like, again, it was just this carousel of like, all right, Noble's pushing a team, then Supernova's pushing Noble, and then behind Supernova was 303, and then 303 was getting pushed by Goon Squad, and Irish was in the middle hanging out for the longest time. But these shots here by Cloudy, I thought were fantastic, lining them up from distance, and then the smoke by their teammate just being like, hey, sorry about that. I just want to make sure we're safe.
Yeah, and I mean, no, this finale, this finish was just so many individual players creating opportunities, creating spaces, like Thor going in there as well. We saw Ironsight doing the same thing for his squad. And it really just came down to, at the end of the day, who could hit their shots in that moment. It was really that close. And really just impressive to see the finish from these squads here. I mean, I could not be happier with how group number 2 has performed here. And this is just, it makes me so happy and so excited about the future of mobile esports here in North America. I mean, this is what the grassroots looks like. If this is what the amateur scene looks like, man, we are definitely on our way to competing in the world stage. You know, get ready, Asia. We're coming for you. And of course, none of this will be possible without the support of AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Again, this action, this tenacity, these plays, this has not been something that's happened overnight. This is something that has been developed quite literally over years. We are on season 6. This isn't season 1. And it really just goes to show that the work, not only, you know, obviously we've helped put into the scene, facilitating these tournaments, but the support that AT&T has been able to show, both in terms of prize money, as well as opportunity and exposure. All of these things have helped skyrocket and launch so many of these players forward and really help showcase the talent that we saw today. So thank you so much to AT&T, our presenting partner. And I'm getting word that we have our leaderboard. Degon, Cameron, I know you're both excited to see it. Degon, let's see.
There it is. All right. Look at Atan Esports with 31, but Goon Squad, after back-to-back chicken dinners and dominant performances, 86 points, and Noble as well, showing up huge here, 77 points. That's such a big boost and boon there for him. Snake holding after a pretty good one. And then Strangers, I think a little disappointing for me, hitting 44. A disappointing 44 compared to Supernova that had a impressive 44. They finally turned it on after gaining probably about I think a total of like maybe 3 or 4 points in the first 2 maps. In the last 3, able to pick it up and end with 44, above the 39 points. Theirs for Hustlers, still living off of that first game, dropping a little bit. And then Old School Gaming getting a little bit of bump over Fear. But look how many teams kind of hovering in that 30-point total, with Thunders that have positioned themselves well. Fear, who had a couple of good gunfights. Old School Gaming that had a lot of fights and just didn't turn it into kills. And 303 that had a good finish to the day.
Yeah.
Those points are weird. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the current top 16 after the first 5 games of both groups 1 and 2. And I'm not surprised to see, I think there's more group 1 than 2, even if just a little bit. But you can still see how sort of tight and close it is. But if anything, Strangers and Supernova are the bottom tail end of group 2. So all those teams that are sitting in the 30s, they have a big day coming up.
Yeah, it is 7-9 in terms of it. There, 7-9, 7 teams from, or I guess 9 teams from Group 1 and 7 teams from Group 2. But the gap isn't that big for Hustlers. They just need to get a couple more consistent performances. 303, I think they just need to be a little bit more aggressive when they have the leeway to do so. Old School Gaming, I think, learned the lobby. They learned what their position was, and again, surprised how clean this lobby was. How much we didn't see any like major blunders. What are you doing from these 2 teams and from these teams in Group 2? And so I'm excited to see how now they have time to take a break, watch the VOD, see where everyone dropped, clean the comms, and then make the decision like, hey, we just want to start contesting some spots early on. Because again, when Supernova dropped there in that last game on Miramar, and they dropped in the same spot where Atan Esports was, I was like, hey, That seems dangerous. You know that Atan drops there. They dropped there in game number 2 last time and were able to garnish a lot of points. And these guys' guns are awake. Atan is the best team in the tournament so far. You're still going to drop near them. And then as they split out, I think Supernova went a little bit more west. Atan went a little bit more east. And then they ended up going their different paths and able to pick up the points in different ways.
For sure. I mean, there's, I think, a lot of little learning lessons to be had here from a lot of squads. But overall, if you played in group number 2, I think every team showed moments of brilliance. Cam, I'm going to get final thoughts from you here as well. What really jumped out at you from today?
Just the ability of teams to having adapt towards the end game from Group 2 Goon Squad. Their early game, the beginning of the day was a little quiet by comparison, but then they really took over in the end game, and I think they're actually going to be sticking in my mind more than Atan Esports overall, just because of that upsurge. I'm curious to see what's going to happen next week. This is for both groups, though, because they have an entire day of VODs to look over, but with only 3 games each, there's not a lot of time to execute, or many options, many opportunities to execute on what they have learned. So for the teams that are in the cusp and in the middle, I really hope that they're able to prepare solid game plans, despite not knowing where the circle is even going to go.
For sure. And Dion, I feel like we got a lot there from you, but I'm sure people want to find more thoughts from you, they'll find you over on Twitter, of course, at Dion and at CambyD, and myself and Bear Gaming as well. All right, guys, great stuff today. Fantastic action. Go take it easy. Go enjoy the rest of your evenings. The same goes to you fine folks as well, because we're heading towards the end of our night. But before we leave, before you click off the screen, do me a favor. Type like 7 characters, 6 characters. How many is it? It's like 7. Was I right the first time? That's great. !social in the chat. That's what you need to do. Head on over. Throw us a follow over on Twitter and Instagram as well. Make sure you are staying up to date with all things ESL Mobile. Trust me, we have a lot of really cool stuff coming down the pipe that you're going to want to be following over there. And of course, join the giveaway if you're not already, because who doesn't like free stuff? I think it's like 16,000 worth. If you see, it's like $200 of in-game currency, because that's like a good. You can buy a lot of fancy skins with that. Many fancy backpacks and things, and those are, I know what the people like, and it's fancy skins. So definitely get involved in that. And if between you and me, I said I wouldn't say it before, but like there's a secret code, and maybe they'll fly this. This isn't in the run of shop. I'm throwing this out there now. Mobile Day 2. There it is. There it is. I gave it away once more. There it is. Extra free giveaways. Okay, that's it. That's the end. That's us done for the night. For myself and Barum from the casting crew and all the fans of mobile esports, take it easy, everyone. We will see you next time.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.